Good. Ready? I know. I'm more excited about what's going on out there. Shouldn't say it like that. Good morning, everybody. It's 9:05 a.m. at March 8th, 2022. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Bartram Dilks of the River of Life Pentecostal Church. Pastor Dilks, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me first thank all of you for your service to our community, those that sit before us and those that sit with us. All of us are vital in our community. The scripture tells us in Proverbs chapter 4 concerning wisdom, get insight, do not forget, do not turn away from the words of my mouth. Do not forsake her, being wisdom, and she will keep you. Love her, and she will guard you. The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom, and wherever you get it, get insight and understanding. Prize her, or prize wisdom, highly, and she will exalt you. She will honor you if you embrace her. See, wisdom allows us to find balance in our differences. After being removed from seminary for over 30 years, one great truth that I have found is balance comes through wisdom. Let's pray. Lord, we are your handiwork. You have ordained our daily work, each of our works. I pray that you would grant wisdom to our leaders that are here and those of our community that stand with me. Today, give us the wisdom to listen to each other's ideas, opinions, and viewpoints and find balance with our own. I know that ultimately, the work that you have for us, Lord, comes through wisdom in finding finances, work, through diligence to bring you glory in this life. I pray that you will establish the works of our hands and the efforts for our success, that we may work for you, Lord, to the excellency of your goodness. I pray today, Lord, your wisdom upon all that are here and all that is done. In Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Dilks. If you would mind, rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brandy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Is absent.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo?
She will join us here shortly. We're currently not here.
Chair Sanchez?
Present. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. There are no changes to the agenda.
Very good. All right, then we'll move on to Pet Showcase. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the information of those that have joined us at the meeting today and those that may be viewing the meeting, the County Commission takes advantage of every meeting to promote the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center. So our dog of the week is Penny. I've been in and out of the shelter for almost an entire year. I am just a sweet, excitable girl who is hoping this is my lucky week in finding my forever family. I might be a little pickly with other dogs, but I get along fine after proper introductions. Let me be the next loving addition to your life. Our cat of the week is Fluffy. You can celebrate St. Patrick's Day early if you adopt my lovable ginger self this week. I know I'm beautiful, but did you also know that I love company? I love meowing for attention and will reach out to you and give you headbutts to let you know I want pets. So Fluffy is 2 years old, Penny is 3 years old. Again, on behalf of the commission, we encourage people to consider adopting either Penny or Fluffy or another animal from the Animal Services Center, and there are adoption events that are scheduled for this upcoming Saturday on the downtown mall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Okay, we're moving on to employee recognition.
Good morning, everyone. The County Commission takes advantage at most of its meetings to be able to recognize employees who have reached a certain milestone with the county. We're honored today to be able to honor Mr. Gabe Silva. Mr. Silva, will you join us up here, please? Gabriel or Gabe Silva joined Donjana County as a fleet coordinator in January of 2007. He was promoted to a fleet manager in 2010. His experience and willingness to help positioned him well to assist the road department, and he oversaw operations there in 2015 until a new road superintendent was hired in 2016. During this time, he continued to lead the fleet department. Gabe oversees the fleet department's operation, including vehicle repairs, customer service, fueling and maintenance of all county vehicles. The fleet departments, you can take over the flood department as well, okay? The Fs, they're kind of close to one another. The fleet department's largest customers are the Donjana County Sheriff's Office and the Road Engineering Department. Other services Mr. Silva oversees are vehicle replacement and the county's GPS system. In short, Gabe and his staff keep the county rolling. Gabe is proud of the fleet facility built in 2012 because he helped enhance the fleet department's ability to deliver the highest quality service to all county departments. However, his biggest source of pride is the teamwork and dedication that fleet personnel demonstrate day after day. From going out of their way to check the tire pressure on one of our customers' vehicles, to making sure that customers are taken care of when they visit the fleet department. Above all, they prioritize completing repairs and services, safety, and on time. Looking to the future, Gabe is focused on customer service, new technology, and enhancing the county's fleet department moves in a positive direction, such as hybrid and electric vehicles. Gabe indicated that we are seeing a sustainable and consistent trend toward electric vehicles nationwide, including the city of Las Cruces and the state of New Mexico. Therefore, the county's fleet will also transition toward cleaner fuel sources. Gabe's most enjoyable days are the ones that he spends with his family. They take time to go fishing and hiking as a family. He also enjoys taking his 2 German shepherds, Travis and Cami, for walks. His supervisor would say that he is persistent and does not stop until he gets the job done. He's also described as a caring manager who ensures his team has the tools and the guidance they need to do the best work possible. Ladies and gentlemen, for 15 years of dedicated service to the community, please join the commission in giving a very special recognition to Mr. Gabe Silva. Again, this plaque is given to Mr. Silva in appreciation for and recognition of 15 years of dedicated service to Donjana County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management, 2007 to 2022. And here's for another 15 years to go. Okay, congratulations. Thank you. So can we step up there for a picture? Mr. Chairman, thank you. That was our only employee recognition on today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and thank you, Mr. Silva. I did want to point for everyone in the room that Mr. Silva is an example of just one of the many employees here in Donjana County that many of the public will never see, but without their contributions, they keep everything, the operations for the county running. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Silva and thank you to all our employees. All right, we're on to public input. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak at this time? If they're here on an agenda item, we ask that you wait until that time. But if you would like to speak now, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, not seeing any. We'll move on to staff input. Is there any staff input, Mr. Macias?
I believe that there is. I have another kind of recognition. Go ahead, Amanda.
Very good. Ms. Bowen, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Bowen with the Office of Emergency Management. I'm here to continue our salute to our key partners during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I believe we have a short video for you to watch.
This week, Donjana County salutes key partners in their efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic. La Clínica de Familia. The team at La Clínica de Familia has delivered 10,590 doses, both through their clinics and through vaccination pods they set up in the southern portion of the county. Their outreach has been crucial in reaching some of the smaller communities like San Miguel. They have set up special vaccination events at businesses in the southern portion of the county in order to provide convenient vaccinations for employees, regardless of shift schedules, while minimizing the time away from work. The trust that the La Clínica team has developed with their patients has also been instrumental in addressing concerns, especially in the early days of vaccinations, when there are a lot of questions from patients and their families. We thank you for being a valued member of the community.
Thank you, and I hope that you can join us in thanking La Clínica de Familia.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. Okay, we're on to county elected officials input. Is there any county elected officials input? Okay. All right, commission input. Any members of the commission like to provide any input at this time? All right, seeing none. Then we'll move on to agenda item number 1, which is a regular meeting minutes for February 22nd, 2022. If I can get a motion and a second for approval.
I so move.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Chaparro. Are there any comments, input on the minutes? All right. And Brandy, can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Ellens? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay, the meeting minutes are approved, 4-0. Okay, we're on to our presentation and proclamations. We're on to agenda item number 2, which is to proclaim March as Healthcare Workers Appreciation Month in Donjana County. If I can get a motion and a second for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro,
Second.
seconded by Vice Chair Murillo. Thank you. So I think, I know we just talked about our community members and partners with La Clínica de Familia, but so I think this is even more poignant, is that we're here to declare March Healthcare Workers Appreciation Month. Now, last month, we recognized healthcare professional Carl Nagoye for Black History Month. And since then, the indoor mask mandate and other restrictions have been relaxed through the state. And all of this has happened, our lives are still far from being back to normal. In fact, I think being more cautious and about our environments and even wearing protective equipment might be the new norm for many people in our community. But 2 years ago, in March of 2020, the first COVID-19 case was identified in New Mexico. We want to take this opportunity to recognize our healthcare workers who have been leaders in the fight against so many unknowns. And I know we have an amazing group here joining us today for this recognition. Many of them may be nameless or faceless to us, but we know that without every individual working within the healthcare structure, the fight against the coronavirus would have been much worse. And even before the pandemic, these healthcare professionals have done so much for our community. Donjana County is a medically underserved community, and so those that are in the healthcare field play an even more important role. Especially I can speak about my family. About 4 years ago, when we had to take my daughter to the PICU when she was in the process of being diagnosed with diabetes, and if it wasn't for those nurses and the doctors who saved her life, I don't know what we would have done, especially here locally. But even outside of that, during the pandemic, when patients from our neighboring communities were brought here to Las Cruces to receive the level of care that was necessary, that was only received here in Las Cruces, it's even more amazing to see what they've done over the last 2 years. So to all the healthcare workers that are joining us here and in Donjana County and even the state of New Mexico, thank you from me. Thank you on behalf of Donjana County for all your heroic efforts, not just over the past 2 years, but every day and everything that you do. So Mr. Macias, would you mind reading the proclamation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A proclamation. Whereas it has been 2 years since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic and perfect time to make a public declaration of Healthcare Workers Appreciation Month in acknowledgement of the frontline healthcare workers and their role in keeping the residents of Donjana County safe, and whereas the pandemic, especially in the beginning, resulted in hospitals and healthcare workers having to pivot to meet the needs of our community while seeking to carve out space to be proactive in their own wellness and self-care. And whereas the unified vision to protect patients is realized at every level in healthcare organizations, from housekeeping, janitorial, and support staff to the ICU, nurses, doctors, and respiratory therapists. The responsibility, dedication, and fortitude of these devoted individuals to continue administering services in the face of danger and uncertainty serves as an inspiration to all. And whereas healthcare workers have ensured New Mexicans in quarantine and self-isolation have access to necessary resources, they have worked to address barriers to recovery and work to meet the social and emotional needs of patients because many families are unable to visit their loved ones. And whereas the gratitude for healthcare professionals during this crisis cannot be overstated, we see their sacrifices, their compromised safety, the overtime hours, the stress, and their anxiety of holding a nation together with their care. So to the true superheroes in Donjana County and beyond who serve us in the fight against sickness and disease, we thank you and appreciate you. Now, therefore, the Donjana County Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim March as Healthcare Workers Appreciation Month. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for you and the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. So today, we welcome Wendy Barnett, who's the Chief Operating Officer, and Mark Stanton, the Assistant Chief Nurse at Mountain View Medical Center. I'd like to welcome you up here to the podium and if you'd like to provide some input, yeah, up here. If you'd like to provide some comments, but thank you for everything your staff have done here during the pandemic.
Chairman, commissioners, community members, thank you for inviting us here today. We certainly appreciate the proclamation. We'd like to also take the moment to introduce a number of our frontline nursing staff members and leaders who endured the pandemic over the last 2 years, and I'd like to invite them up as they're introduced, please. We have Elise Ornelas, our emergency department manager, Adriana Silva, manager of our ICU, Veronica Martinez, manager of our intermediate care unit, Gracie Villalobos Rios, director of critical care, Michelle Metzger, director of emergency department, Jerica Lewis, charge nurse and leader on our med-surg unit, Lizette Sotelo, manager of med-surg, Carlos Rodriguez, director of med-surg, and Kelly Clark, our chief nursing officer. So thank you, Chairman. I'll pass it over to Wendy Barnett, our chief operating officer at Mountain View Regional Medical Center.
Thank you very much, Mark, for those warm introductions. And thank you, first and foremost, to Donjana County residents for having us today. We all know that these past 2 years have been some of the most challenging that we'll ever face in our lifetime. And I genuinely could not be more proud to stand beside our clinical team here who cared for our patients during their most vulnerable times with such compassion and grace. So thank you so much to our community, and thank you so much for your service. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett, and thank you to the staff. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I know while you're moving, I'll ask if there's any input from the commission or the public before we call the roll. Okay. Brandy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Thank you, Brandy.
Don't bend down yet. You're going to be there for a while. They'll take pictures in a minute.
All right, we're on to agenda item number 3, which is to proclaim March 8th as International Women's Day in Donjana County, which is sponsored by Commissioner Chaparro and Vice Chair Murillo. I'll get a motion and a second for approval, please.
So moved.
I'll move by Commissioner Ellens and Commissioner Chaparro. I'll take that as a second if you're not opposed.
Not at all.
All right. Commissioners, the floor
If
is
I may,
yours.
Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, every year, International Women's Day offers us an opportunity to shine a light on extraordinary women and the girls who have built and shaped and improved our community, the nation, and the world, and my corner of the world. I remember growing up in the barrio on the corner of Texas and Mesquite Streets. I was so fortunate to have my mother, Socorro Chaparro, to guide me. We grew up poor, but were very much loved. There were so many of us children in the barrio, and the mothers of these children were in some way my mothers too. I remember that no woman in that part of the barrio would ever let a child go hungry. We were safe and taken care of. My mother and our vecinas would work from sunrise to late in the night to care for us, for their familias, their vecinos. So today I honor the women in the barrio. You are in my heart forever. I also honor Commissioner Murillo for her efforts as mayor of Anthony, New Mexico, and as a commissioner of Donjana County. It's so easy for us to lose sight of these wonderful, giant, historic women among us who were instrumental for the advancement of not just women, but Latina women. And oftentimes, these women don't realize the impact they're having on women and the girls around them. As a first-generation Mexican-American female, as many of you are, we face uphill battles just to compete on a level playing field with others. It is beyond my comprehension what Irene Oliver Lewis, Denise Chavez, and Maria Rentana faced as they began their careers. I stand in awe of you. Words cannot express my appreciation for your efforts and your leadership. So I'm going to start with Miss Irene Oliver Lewis, mi amiga, mi corazón. She has been 40 years as a creative in theater arts integration, and humanities as a producer, director, actress, storyteller, writer, arts advocate, arts educator, administrator, humanities scholar. Irene, you've done so much in so little time. She has performed throughout the United States and internationally in Scotland, Japan, Mexico, Korea. She's been a theatrical producer and consultant in arts integration, humanities, theater, and the classroom, and has alternative spaces for universities, museums, and public school districts. Has hecho tanto para nuestra raza, Irene. Thank you so much. Denise Chavez, also a local, was born to a Mexican-American family here in Las Cruces, New Mexico, también de Las Cruces. The first story she wrote was when she was 8 years old, and it was about the willow tree outside her house. She attended Catholic school for 12 years, graduated from Madonna High School in Mesilla, and continued on to study drama at New Mexico State University. She has received many awards, such as Irene has. And for the third recipient, I'll pass this to Commissioner Murillo, and I'll end the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. So I have an amazing friend here with us today, Maria Retana. We were from the vecindad, right? Like I echo Chaparro's, how we grow up with these people, you know, with her and stuff. And since we were in elementary, and I really, truly admire Maria. She's a mother of 4. She's certified community health worker. So this, you know, with the proclamation of the health work. Also, she's from Anthony. She serves Chaparral, Sunland Park. This is volunteer work. And she's also a promotora, president of the Southern New Mexico Promotora Committee. She's the leader for Forward Together Action and also for the Strong Families of New Mexico. She went up to Santa Fe and she advocated for our families down in southern part of New Mexico. She's done volunteer for more than 15 years. And I mean, everyone is for work, right? Because we got to work and all that. She volunteers and takes care of her family, takes care of anyone that needs help. If I call her in the middle of the night that something's going on with a family, she's there answering the phone and being there for whatever needs that the community need, you know, families need and I'm just so, I truly admire her. And I think Día de la Mujer Internacional, this is for her and all the ladies that work for everyone and are there to help each other. And instead of just that unity that we have, and I really truly appreciate her work that she does for our families down south, and I really appreciate it. So, as with that being said, during this Women's History Month and International Women's Day, we recognize these beacons in our community for the vital roles they have played in the lives of others as the way they continue to elevate life and culture in Donjana County. Today, we are joined by Irene Oliver Lewis, Denise Chavez, and Maria Retana to receive the proclamation. Mr. Macias, can you read the proclamation for us, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners is honored to recognize the achievements of 3 dynamic women in the county for International Women's Day. And whereas the first honoree is Irene Oliver Lewis, she has no rival in her commitment to her craft as a world-traveled thespian, and how she interlaces the pride of her heritage and community into her service. Miss Oliver Lewis is the founder of Alma de Arte Charter High School, established a charter elementary school with a focus on indigenous cultures, advocates for the growth of the film industry in Las Cruces, established the Arts and Cultural District in Las Cruces while still finding time to share her voice through her one-woman show, Cecilia Isms, Dichos de mi Madre, or Sayings of My Mother. Whereas the next honoree, Denise Chavez, founder of Casa Camino Real Bookstore, is an author, playwright, and stage director, a former teacher of creative writing at New Mexico State University, New Mexico Community College, and the University of Houston. Ms. Chavez is committed to providing access to stories of the often unheard through her own pen and through the provision of books to shelters where people are awaiting the results of their request for asylum. Her efforts have attracted the participation of the American Booksellers Association, other writers who contribute their own books, volunteers, and bookstores nationwide who contribute to the initiative. Whereas the last honoree, Maria Retana, proudly serves as a liaison between the different organizations and residents, educating the community on the various resources available, as president of the Southern New Mexico Promotora Committee and leader for Forward Together Action and Strong Families New Mexico. Ms. Retana fills the gaps and brings the message to the people, while working for the University of Texas at El Paso's Reduce the Risk campaign and NMSU's Living Well with Diabetes. Her current commitment is to help residents, especially the elderly, locate facilities and register for vaccinations. Whereas we recognize that while achieving a strong, vibrant community can be tasked to no one individual, these women leaders' efforts to lead to a better Donjana County. Now, therefore, the Donjana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim March 8th, today's date, as International Women's Day. Mr. Chairman, a proclamation for the consideration of the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. De nuevo, mil gracias a estas mujeres quienes han inspirado a tantas personas. Irene, mil gracias por tu amistad and your beautiful card that you made, the cards that you made for me for Valentine's Day. A Denise, mil gracias por uno de mis libros favoritos, Loving Pedro Infante, that I hold dear to my heart. Mil gracias a la señora Retana, quien voy a tener el placer de conocer en los años futuros. Han sido ustedes unas gran mujeres de liderazgo, bravo y adelante, y estamos en sus manos para siempre. Ms. Oliver, would you like to step forward and say some words? Denise Chavez is not able to be with us today, and I also asked Ms. Retana to come forward and say some words as well.
Buenos días, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Fernando, if I may. I'm very honored to be with you today. I'm so impressed on how the Commission handles proclamations. It's with empathy, with sincerity, and with incredible community. So for this proclamation, I just am just beyond words. So thank you so very much. I do want to say that I first celebrated International Women's Year or Month in 1976. At that time, I was a student at New Mexico State, and Isabel Crouch was a professor of speech, and she put together a Reader's Theater script called Revolutionary Women. And in that script, she honored women in the history of equal rights and diversity as well. And we traveled with that show throughout the state and to different places in the country about talking about revolutionary women and New Mexican women. So it's been so many years, 46 years, since I started celebrating International Women's Day, but today adds so much to those 46 years. It was started to celebrate the achievement of women, but it was also started to show the inequity that we still need to strive for. And this year's International Day is called, I looked it up, is called Break the Biases. And it's to break the biases of stereotypes, discrimination around the world, and to bring attention to diversity, equity, and the inclusiveness where difference is valued and celebrated. And I have done my whole life in my art to celebrate the differences of all of us, and I thank you so very much. I want to thank my friends who are here. If you'd stand up, and my family who are here to celebrate with me. Got up early. I never get up early anymore. So you guys, this is since I retired. So thank you so much. And Susanna we're neighbors. She was talking about our mothers, and my mother's spirit is always with me. She came back as a white butterfly, and she came back yesterday to say, aquí estoy, mijita. So thanks very much.
Buenos días a todos. Primeramente, gracias por esta oportunidad, por este reconocimiento, por esta proclamación. Yo con mucho gusto la recibo por parte de todas las trabajadoras agrícolas que también trabajo en la agricultura. Somos campesinas y por todas las promotoras que trabajamos fuera de nuestras comunidades. Estos 2 años han sido muy pesados para nosotros, pero hemos salido a luchar y hemos salido a salvar a nuestra comunidad, a darles todo lo que necesitan ellos en información y poderlos llevar a cabo para que ellos se salven sus vidas y salven a los demás. Este reconocimiento no nomás lo tomo para mí, sino para todas mis compañeras promotoras, para todas las mujeres campesinas y trabajadoras, que gracias a Dios estos 2 años las reconocieron como trabajadoras esenciales, que nunca se había hecho, pero lo logramos. So, muchas gracias. Gracias, Donjana, como dijiste. Somos amigas de niñez, nos conocemos de toda la vida. Gracias por tu familia. Gracias por esta oportunidad. No me lo esperaba y le quiero dar las gracias a Donjana y a Susana. Gracias a todos. Bueno.
And Mr. Chairman, although we don't have simultaneous translation here, I just wanted to note for anyone in the audience who may not have understood those remarks that Ms. Retana was basically indicating her appreciation, not only on her behalf, but on behalf of all of the promotoras that she represents, who are community health workers, that she's receiving the honor, not just for herself, but for all of them, in a recognition of her friendship and appreciation for Commissioner Murillo.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Is there any other input from the public? From the commission? Well, Brandy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. That proclamation passes 5-0.
Yeah, very good. Bring all your friends, everybody.
I forgot to mention that Denise and I are cousins. We have so much we've done together. She doesn't want to take a picture of my sister. Oh, and also, for this year, International Women's Day is doing this cross around the world to show solidarity. And so if you see this in social media, that's what this is.
Okay, we're on to agenda item number 4, which is a presentation of the fiscal year 23 Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley budget requests. Mr. Clint Thacker, who's the director of the Animal Service Center. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Madam Vice Chair. My name is Clint Thacker, Executive Director of the Animal Service Center, Mesilla Valley. First, I'd like to start off by saying thank you so much for honoring the women that are in our lives and the ones that have influenced us. Those two proclamations between the responders and the women did touch me, and I appreciate that because we all have women in our lives that have done so much for us. Today to present to you the ASCMV budget presentation. So as we go forward here today, I'd like to talk to you about what it is and why we're asking. There is an increase in the ASCMV budget request, primarily driven by personnel and also by insurance, and I hope to show that to you coming up in the next few slides. To go through really quickly, and this will be a quick presentation, maybe 10, 15 minutes tops, but to go through, the number one is some positions that we're requesting. Operations manager, this is an individual who is going to be taking some place of other, or taking the place or the role of many at the ASCMV. For instance, we have people who are part of, or who are in charge of the volunteers, who are the grant administrators, who are the rescue coordinators, all these things, and they report to different people. So we would like to centralize that. And it also gives the staff an opportunity to move up. And that was the number one complaint as we polled or did a interest in our staff, is that there's no place for them to move up the chain of command. So we addressed that by creating this new position and also centralizing where individuals report to as far as a manager and taking the stress off several other managers into this one manager position. And this is an increase in the count of employees. The next one is a trap neuter return coordinator. This is a position that's mainly driven by the city's passing of their trap neuter return program for cats. We needed somebody that can do the coordination between the ASCMV and the AC animal control officers, both for the city and the county, and also education efforts is a big part of that program. So that is also an increase or an additional to our employee count. The next one is animal care specialists. These are positions that, as we asked our animal caregivers, so they're the ones who care for the animals, if they'd be willing or interested in doing any type of driving the transport trucks as we drive around the state and also regionally to transport animals out of state. And surprisingly, it was an overwhelming yes, they would be. They'd be very interested in it. So we took 2 animal caregiver positions and turned them into an animal caregiver specialist position. So this does not add to the count of employees, but it reclassifies 2. And we gave them those positions, first off, they're kind of a transport driver. However, when there's no transports to be driven, they're also an animal caregiver. Again, this gives an opportunity, it addresses that one big complaint of not being able to move up or move laterally or anywhere with the ASCMV. The next one is in response to the new facility being built. With a larger facility, more responsibilities, we're going to need more staff. So we have 3 animal caregiver positions that we're requesting. That is an increase to our already count. The next one is an HR analyst. This is also an increase to our count. Currently, our human resources or our hiring is done by the city. This is a very timely process. We appreciate everything the city does for us. However, we seem to get lost in a lot of the other agencies that are continuing to do the hiring. So we would like to take that on ourselves and also do it completely different. Currently now, we don't even know when people are showing up at the ASCMV. So to do it differently, what we mean is that we will be sending letters out on when to respond, when to come back, welcoming you to the ASCMV family, what to wear your first day, all those types of things that you think would be in a program, we'd be able to add to it. This would also take a lot off of our current person who does this, our administrative manager, so she can be able to focus on her job a lot more. And then our last one that we're looking at is a foster coordinator position. This is also a reclassification. We took one of the positions and reclassified it as our foster program. That's a program where you can go and get an animal from the center, whether it be for a week as you hold on to it until the transfer date, or if it's injured and you provide a nice loving place for it until it gets better.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
Clint, I was interested in your HR analyst presentation. And basically you want to create this because it gets mixed in with other city business, and I assume is put on the back stove occasionally.
Yes. Yeah, that and also part of rebranding for the ASCMV about how we do our hiring process.
But this indicates to me that you want to be independent of the city as an organization, whereas there was a time not too far ago that there was talk of you becoming part of the city and not separate and apart as you are now.
The JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement, does not say anything about the hiring process. It's just kind of been done by the city this whole time. It states that the payroll portion or the onboard or the payroll will be done by the city, but not about the hiring process. They just kind of took it over. So we would like to have that back and be able to do it only because it has nothing to do with being a part of the city or not. It's just we can do it much more effective because we're doing it for one department, whereas they're doing it for the entire city.
Well, I guess my point of my question is, are you going to be a standalone organization as you are now?
Yes. That's what I would like to see, is it continues to be a standalone. There's still talks, and we're revamping the Joint Powers Agreement. So as of right now, both parties are fine with the ASCMV remaining a separate entity.
What functions will the city continue to perform then on your behalf?
We're continuing to look over those as we rewrite the Joint Powers Agreement. We have a follow-up meeting, I believe, this Friday to continue those talks, but not many have changed. So they'll continue to be the administrative arm or the financial administrative arm for the ASCMV, the city will.
So that will remain as it is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So here's our operating revenue that we're requesting As you can see, the revenue, 3.8 is what we currently have, and we're requesting for a 4.88. This is a 28.5% increase. So roughly $1 million is the increase. So split between the city and the county, it would be roughly around $500,000 in addition to what is already being paid. And we'll have a slide that will show that. So the one that we wanted to show you here is, this is the revenue. So Donjana County support, the very bottom of the slide. Donjana is currently paying $1.45 million, and we're requesting be increased to $2.10 million. So that's a 44.8% increase. And then at the top of the slide, you see City of Las Cruces support. They're currently paying $1.75 million. And we're also requesting a straight split, 50-50 of the 2.10 million % for them. So as our expenses increase, our revenues have to increase. So you saw our revenues, these are our expenses. So our expenses kind of build or fund the revenues, or vice versa. So we're looking at currently at 3.8, and we'd like to be asking for the 4.88, so it's a 28.6% increase.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ellens?
that may be only a 20-some odd point increase, 28.6, but it's actually $1 million. When you put it that way, that's a lot of money to increase.
$1 million split in half. So the city would pay roughly just over 500, and the county would pay over 500. And again, this isn't driven by things that we want to do. This is driven by personnel that needs to occur, and also by our insurances, and I'll show you that here. Back in November and December, the city came forward with a new insurance plan. It was a 60-40 split where the ASC&V and the city paid 60% and the employee pays 40%. Well, now they came forward then and did an 80-20 split where we had to pay 80% and the employee pays 20%. And the reason behind, or the unfortunate side of this is that a lot more people signed up for the insurance because it was a lot better. So you can see the FICA, the Social Security, para, all those went up 51%, 35%, 31%. As you can see, the admin salaries at the top, that was a 36%, and the classified was at 22% increase. That's because of our salary increases that we did to have a better wage for our employees. And here's the insurance. So dental insurance went up almost 100%. Health insurance went up 165%. And the life disability insurance, 44.5%. And the healthcare insurance, or retired healthcare, is almost 60%. So these large increases is also what is funding this large, it's 35% of our personnel cost.
Hey, Clint, can you go back one slide really quickly? I just wanted to, on slide 8. Thanks, I just wanted to take a note of all the, so it's the salary increase, the para, and then on the next slide 9 is the health insurance. We're kind of the big hitters here.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This slide shows what the percentage of each budget is. Our budget is split up into 4 sections, those that you see there, and it's percentage of what the total is. So my budget is 3.9% of the entire 4.8. The medical director is 27.6. Kennel operations is 37, and the admin is 31.5 of that total. I didn't get deep into the weeds on this presentation because I don't know what questions you may have, and I'd love to answer any questions that you do have for this. But I just wanted to more or less give you a heads up of our changes and know that it is not just a Clint has big plans. Clint wants more money. These are necessities driven, like getting the new center. I'm going to have the funds. And the center comes online right now, anytime between September 22 and January 2023. So it's going to be this coming fiscal year. So I have to have the funds to run 2 centers. There's also the issue of staffing for those 2 centers, a change in some of our programs and ideals that we have we want to fund, and then our increase in the insurance. So all things that are necessities that we need to have.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellens?
Clint, could you go back to the previous slide? How many people fall under the medical director classification?
Well, there's only one person as the medical director, but under that department, there's quite a few individuals that are under there.
So that's not the medical director's salary.
No, this is all operating expenses. This is not personnel.
So this number does not include salary.
That is correct.
Medical director. You said that you're going to be running 2 facilities. The present one, which is essentially going to be a hospital, and the new facility. How much of the proposed increase in your budget goes towards the current facility after the new facility is open?
That's a great question. I do not have that information. What we did is we did how much it costs to run the existing center, and then kind of added that in and estimated the portion of what it's going to be coming up with the new center. And it's a hard one because the new center is LEED certified, so there's going to be less cost. So without a year of having run it, we don't really know exactly what it's going to be, but we had to make an estimate. So that's what we did. Took the costs of the current center and estimated those out. But I can get you that number if you'd like.
Well, as being a board member of the service center, I think it's something you might want to supply all of us at an appropriate time. I don't need it this minute.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Is there any other questions from Mr. Thacker?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Macias?
if there's questions by the commission, I'd like to just make a few comments or observations.
Right, I just have one question, but you can, if you want to provide, or, I'm just, with the rise of the new center, I know along with the JPA, I guess what I'm curious is how do we foresee the Animal Service Center providing or the services improving, increasing, particularly to those in the county or even for the county, as I know we interact, or the Animal Service interacts on a daily basis, mainly with our animal control officers. But how do you foresee the increase of staff, the new facility improving those operations?
Well, I think foremost, the using of the new center will free up the existing center. And we're going to be remodeling that, which of course is going to take funds. And we're just beginning that process of finding out how much is going to be there and what we want to do. But we want to turn it into a spay neuter facility. And so that means that our veterinarians, our medical department will be there, and it will assist all people of Donjana County. It's not going to be just the city. It's also not going to be just one specific financial portion of citizens, a demographic. It's going to be all-encompassing where people can come and sterilize their animals. So that's one plus. Another one is that with this, we also have bigger plans of being able to go out into the outlying areas and start doing sterilizations, whether that be in conjunction with the county and work with the mobile unit that the county has, which we very well could, or if it's purchasing one of our own. So both of us are working in that aspect. I would like to think that we could work together on that, but so it's definitely plans that will affect both.
And I know one of the things, I know we've discussed it during the Animal Service Center board, but the challenges of spay and neuter that the service center has had over the past year. I don't know if that's something you might be able to address, because I know there's been a backlog, not just with the service center, but even in the community.
Yeah, the current spay neuter situation, it's people want to, I firmly believe that people will sterilize their animals once they have that opportunity and see. Our problem is having the veterinarian services to be able to do that. We currently have a veterinarian on staff. She's our medical director. And then we have 5 current veterinarians that come in contract with us to do work, but it's only 1 or 2 days a month for those services. So when you couple, so that's limited access, that's handling just our animals, the TNR program, or animals there at the ASCMV that people reclaim and return or reclaim and they want sterilized at the time. So it's very limited as far as you can see how many vets it takes to do that amount of surgeries. Last year we did just over 4,000 surgeries, and it took that number. Now, we cannot get another veterinarian. We have tried and tried. The next step we're going to be looking into is, well, to tell you what we've done is we did a basic posting. That didn't turn out anything. We then posted in far off areas and all the ag schools. That had no results. So then we did a postcard showing the promotions and the good things about Donjana County, the bonuses and the pay that we do and the benefits. And that card, over 200 of them went out regionally and also at the ag schools, and they didn't have any response at all. So now what we've done is we paid quite a bit of money, over $1,000, to be part of veterinarian hiring boards. It's over 20 hiring boards. And it's also, when you do a job search, and there's jobs at the very beginning that have nothing to do with your search, ours, we paid money for that to be up. The next step we're going to be doing is doing a headhunter, so they can specifically point out areas where we can hopefully recruit and have somebody come on board. But it's been a full year and a half process, as you know.
So it's not by lack of trying. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just share a few observations. And again, I do this in the spirit of that we need to, the Animal Services Center of Mesilla Valley is a critical institution for addressing animal control, and my comments are not made in light of any necessarily disagreement. I enjoy my relationship with Mr. Thacker, and I enjoy the discussions related to the issues that are associated. However, this is the request for the county literally is a 44% increase from where we're at. The overall cost per animal will take a notable leap forward, especially if we're still dealing with 400 animals at any given time. Part of the expansion on the budget is because of the increase in the minimum hourly compensation for employees. This is something that we've looked at here at the county, are not finding a way because of the staggering cost that's associated with it. So you'd be doing something for this group of employees that you potentially cannot even do for your own. I'm only asking that you take this. It was good that Mr. Thacker came in early, had an opportunity to have discussion, let you know where he's going, what his vision is, but it should be done in light of the total budget priorities of the county, because you're going to be faced with substantial requests related to increases in the overall budget. And I'm not quite sure how the city is able to accomplish certain things, but the budget increase or the revenue increase for the county on the average is anywhere from between 3 and 6% overall in revenues from gross receipts tax. From property taxes, it's about 3 to 4% per year. So there really is challenges, financial challenges or restraints on the county that you're going to have to weigh in terms of where you feel that the county's resources should be committed. I'm not suggesting that there isn't always room to make some improvement, but these kind of much larger jumps tend to be a challenge for the county because of the variety of priorities and the public service that we have to be providing across the board. I want you to know, and Mr. Thacker, I believe, is certainly aware of it, the county continues to look as a priority goal to diminish the number of animals that are actually taken to the Animal Services Center. So yes, we are engaged with pursuing staffing in order to be able to utilize the mobile spay and neuter vehicle that the county has possessed, but has underutilized these approximately last 5 to 7 years. There certainly are plans to go through all of the outlying communities, trying to organize spay and neuter clinics. We do support SNAP, which is a spay and neuter operation. Just be aware that it's better to try to look at the bigger picture or the whole picture before basically agreeing to any additional levels of support that go to the level that is being requested.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I think one of the things and that concerns me, I think, is going to be around how the discussions with the JPA for the Animal Service Center go. Because I think one of the things that we hear, well, I'll speak for myself. The comment I hear very often is the city is basically funding the ASCMV. And the county is not putting in the same amount of effort behind it. And I'm not saying whether, I understand, I think the vision of where Clint is going, because I see that we have a huge need here in this community. I think that's where where the concern is. And I think it's sometimes a little unfair in that, and you speak specifically of the number of animals that go into the Animal Service Center from the county, but I think sometimes, or very often, we're 50-50 partners with the city. But when you look at the size of our budget, we're not on the same level as the city. And I think that's where, like I said, I'd be curious to understand, to see where we go with the JPA discussions, because I think that will play a big part in, I think this budget request that'll be before us when we review our preliminary budget for the next fiscal year is going to be, where do our discussions with the JPA go? What are we committing and agreeing to commit through this with the city for the ASCMV?
Right. And I think that people should be realistic. A $1.4 million commitment is nothing to criticize. That is a substantial amount of money, and that is what the county is providing to the Animal Services Center at this point. The JPA, I think, is not read properly. It basically says that the aspirational goal is 50%, but if either of the partners isn't able to meet that is an option. And that's why we're at 1.4 and the city is at 1.7, I believe. So I don't believe that the discussions, at least up to this point, although we are meeting on Friday to have a continuation, I think the biggest item in the JPA, the biggest change is trying to bring an empowerment of the community onto the board by basically recommending a change to the composition of the board so it isn't so political officials heavy in terms of its representation, but that it has an expansion of representation from individuals that are either advocates or have a strong commitment in this area to serve on that board. That right now seems to be the biggest point of discussion. The issue of the commitment, the financial commitment, that hasn't really been discussed at the JPA level.
Okay.
And that will be more of an issue that the current board can take up.
And I think, the other side of the coin, I think we've seen is that with the city and the county, obviously I know we're two different entities, but how do we continue to realize some synergies between the two. And I think the ASCMV is one way that we can do that. But I think we've seen across the community where maybe the level of commitment providing some of the services have not necessarily been there. And I appreciate the city of Las Cruces for providing the go bonds to be able to build the new addition to the Animal Service Center. So I can see both sides, because I think there's times that I think where, like I said, we just went through a pandemic that severely limited our resources, but at the same time, animals didn't stop coming in. So I know we've seen that, we've discussed it as the board, and so I'm wondering, where we can look to support your vision, Mr. Thacker, but also take into consideration, I think, the concerns that we have on the county. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
Fernando, try
Yes,
to
sir.
think outside the box. Is there any possibility that some of the activities carried on by the service center could come under the APR? For instance, spay neuter for people who could otherwise not afford it, but giving them peace of mind. Just a small example.
Well, I'm not sure that you can, most of that money, you have to have a COVID tie-in, and I'm not quite clear what the COVID tie-in would be related to spay and neuter of animals or any kind of animal control. Please remember, those ARPA funds, once you've spent them, they're gone. And what Mr. Thacker is looking for, as is any good administrator, they're looking for a source of recurring funding. ARPA is not a source of recurring funding. Our budgets are. And although the county has been, I think, very successful in terms of bringing in grant monies, our operating budget is based on gross receipts tax revenues and property tax revenues. And those don't jump from year to year dramatically. We've been fortunate to be in a time frame, in spite of the pandemic, to see some additional monies. But once you've committed that additional monies, it's there as a recurring expense to the budget. So, and ARPA funds are just not that. They're basically a one-time shot, and they're only good for another 2 years. So we have to spend them. And we do have plenty of priorities to spend ARPA funds on, but I don't think the Animal Services Center would technically qualify.
Thank you, Commissioner Allens. Are there any other questions for Mr. Thacker? Comments? Okay. Thank you, Clint. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just make one last quick point. Some of the disconnect is not necessarily the lack of communication. It's that I think that the city's budget process, there's a determination of the budget at an earlier period of the county. So there's always this commitment by the city, and then the expectation that the county is going to meet that same goal. But it's being done before we really know where we are financially for next year. So I think that adds a little bit to the lack of, hey, okay, the city is making a decision, the county then comes in later. Well, that's just timeframes related to the budget development.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with that. There has always, this is the first time I've ever come and presented my budget and said, this is the increase to look for. So I completely agree. It's definitely a timing issue.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate you coming in, because I think being able to understand your requests, your needs for the Animal Service Center will help educate the board. And that way, if we do have questions, we still have time as we go through the budgeting process to be able to ask those questions and look at it thoroughly. So I appreciate you coming, and at least we have an understanding of, it's not just a simple ask, like, hey, give me more money so I can, with a laundry list of really, it's not, I guess what I'm pointing at is the fact that, you're looking at nearly, if my number off the, from what I recall, about $300,000 to $400,000 of the budget request going into the next fiscal year is specifically for employees, for the pay, para, and healthcare. So it's not like you have this, you're doing this with the intent to just spend money. A lot of it is to sustain the services that currently exist.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
So, thank you, Mr. Thacker.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Owens?
last question. Could you go back to the slide where it shows the amounts of money being spent by the various municipalities? There we go.
So there at the bottom of the screen is Donjana County.
I'm not concerned with the screen. It's the one with the other municipalities. Okay. Except for Sunland Park, which is relatively speaking not a lot of money, are the contributions made by those municipalities commensurate with the services we're providing?
They pay per animal that comes in, whereas the city and county does not.
Okay. Just seems like Village of Hatch, $338 a year is a trifle at best.
That's because very limited animals come in from there.
Why is that? There must be more than $338 worth of animals running around Hatch.
I don't know if you want to talk to that or.
And Mr. Chairman, while they're having that discussion, we might want to talk why Messia isn't up there either.
Chair, Commissioner Ellens, to answer that in regards to Hatch, I could say those numbers are probably low because we have a contract with Hatch in regards to animal control services. So a lot of the time, those animals that are coming in from Hatch are brought in from animal control. So those extra numbers, I'm not sure what those numbers are coming in from because those would have been additional numbers. No, mostly it's going to be animal control bringing them in.
County animal control.
Yeah, Donjana County Animal Control. Yeah, the same thing with Messia. We have contracts with Hatch, Messia, Sunland Park, and MSU and White Sands Missile Range.
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Ward.
And so what you're seeing is probably, and I can make sure of this, but it's coming in from the public. So somebody who lives in Sunland or Village of Hatch, Sunland Park, brings animals to us, then it's billed to them.
Okay. Seems like Sunland Park could spend more money too.
Yeah. Oh, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Regarding the Spay and Neuter program, and you say you have someone that is on your staff performing those services on a full-time basis. Is that what I understood? But you're not able to get other veterinarians to come in and help as you would like?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
We have one medical director. She's a licensed veterinarian. And then we have 5 contracted veterinarians that come in.
All right, so how many days per year is your medical director performing the services for spay and neuter?
I'd have to get that for you and let you know. I don't know off the top of my head, but I know that she does at least around 3, maybe 3 days a week of surgeries.
And she's there full-time?
Yes, ma'am. So So 150 something?
156?
Yeah.
And she's doing how many a day?
Her goal is usually around 30.
It's only 469 a year.
Yeah. That's why we need another veterinarian, full-time veterinarian. And that's the job that we have, we just can't fill it.
So what's your projection on the number of spay and neuter services that you'd like to get to on a yearly basis?
The goal every year is 5,000. And last year we just over 4,000 surgeries in a year.
And how many of those, what's the percentage from the county as compared to what you're getting from the city? I know that's probably hard to answer, but if you could get that information, I think that would help me understand a little better.
So you'd like to know the percentage of surgeries that come from county?
Correct.
Okay, I can see if I can get that for you.
Because I know that not the entire 4,000 are just coming from the county.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Commissioner Chaparro, I think, while not specifically all-encompassing of the ASCMV, one of the issues that we talk like spay and neuter is I hear from, have heard, is that it's very hard, when people want to get their animal spay and neutered, if they're not already set, unless they can find a clinic or somehow can get in with the animal service center, it's hard for our residents in the county, even here in the city, to receive those types of services because we're so limited on veterinary services here in the city. Last I checked, we don't have a 24-hour clinic anymore like we used to. People have to go to El Paso. We're here in Donjana County and the city of Las Cruces is very, very limited on veterinary services. And if you don't already have one, good luck finding a vet for your pets. It's a tough deal. And I know, like I said, the reason I bring that up is only because I know Clint is, like he said, struggling to get vet here to work at the animal service center. And so that's all part of the challenge that he's been facing.
And I'm aware of that. My son picks up strays, and it takes him weeks to get them in to get those kinds of services. And so I'm aware of that, but I just need a little more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you, Mr. Thacker. All right, we're on, on to agenda item number 5, which is a presentation of a business market analysis by Global Logistics Development Partners, LLC, for the proposed inland port of choice at Santa Teresa, which I have Mr. Adam Wasserman and Ms. Lois Gates to provide that presentation.
We're going to be doing the presentation virtually, and I see both Adam and Lois on the screen.
Very good.
And again, just as a prelude before they begin their comments, this is something that we've been looking at and working on a plan. We felt that it's close enough to finalization, along with an application that we are going to be submitting for some grant funding related to it. So we felt it was time to bring the discussion or the presentation to the board. I'm just going to encourage our presenters, since we're a little bit behind on schedule because of the length of the Animal Services Center, to be as, let's see how to put it politely, as focused on the overall presentation. And again, the commission has the presentation in your books.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Macias. Mr. Wasserman or Ms. Yates, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and County Manager Macias. So we will have a series of slides. You may have looked through them to describe some of the market analytics that have been done to prepare for the larger proposition that Fernando Macias has described. So don't see our slides.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, forgive me. Let me ask our control room to switch over to the item. This is what's up is the next presentation. They have to go to the Donjana Trade Port presentation.
Very good. Right. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Felipe. Okay.
Okay, so thank you. So if we go to the next slide, I'll explain what you're going to hear, and I'll just do that quickly, and then we'll sort of walk through the slides. First, Mr. Chairman, we'll describe to you who we are, so you have some context. And the genesis of how all this discussion came about between Fernando and his team and Movida in the first place. It's part of the larger statewide mobility strategy discussion that's been underway for the last couple of years. We're going to explain to you the California inland port, which this project would be attached to and modeled after, and some thinking about the proposition. Fernando described the market evaluation, so we're going to talk a little bit about what we think the proposition is for growth around the inland port, and then the U.S. Department of Transportation's interest, which relates to a present proposition that the county is preparing, we're preparing with, and for the county to submit to U.S. DOT to become a project of national significance. And then more on partners and next steps. So let's go to the next slide. GLD Partners has been around for about 13 years. We're based in the U.S. We undertake projects in North America, and Europe, and in Asia. And we have a team of professionals that have these specialty expertise areas. So in logistics, facilities management, economic development, particularly about mobility, and we'll describe that. Something about project structurings, that's investment projects and how to craft public-private partnerships as appropriate, but the delivery part of these projects, and that includes engineering and infrastructure planning and so forth. Importantly, and for the county and for the state and for the federal government, we think this conversation, this project, intersects quite well. It's very timely with national supply chain issues around challenges with clean air and so forth. So that's what we do. And if we go to the next slide, just to summarize, we work on supply chain strategy projects for companies. So companies, for example, in those industries, we would be working for, helping them streamline their supply chain systems, optimize their networks, sometimes put new facilities in new places. In the second yellow box to the right, in the middle, I should say, this project fits in that. It's developing projects around seaports or inland ports, airport investment districts, those sorts of things. And we put up some examples of places that we've developed and worked on projects in the U.S. as well as outside of the country. And lastly, and importantly for this project, is we have a focus around mobility and automation. And so that's about clean energy powertrains for trucks and cars, but it's also about the autonomous component of movement of vehicles, which is people, for this project, people or things in particular. So our mobility practice focuses on work with next generation trucks, hydrogen and electric powertrains, and increasingly it's about focusing on taking those efficiencies in the technological advancements in those areas around mobility and injecting those into our logistics projects to create clean but very business efficient propositions that are given competitive advantage because of the use of technology. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Lois, do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, let me real briefly just talk to you about our New Mexico experience. We've been doing projects in New Mexico for about 6 years. The first project we worked on was with MRCOG in the Albuquerque area, and we got we had a close relationship with NMDOT. And we looked at their transportation infrastructure and looked at how that transportation infrastructure could increase the competitiveness of the Albuquerque region in terms of economic development. And in doing that project, we found out that the Albuquerque International Airport is really an underutilized asset. And so we were asked to do a strategy for Sunport that would take advantage of that asset and help them monetize that asset with their with the land around it and bring additional investment into the airport that could create more jobs and more economic opportunity. And while we were doing that, we met a lot of members of the legislature that we started talking about mobility, and Adam says is how mobility is changing. And they realized that New Mexico was one of 8 states in the United States that had done nothing about mobility. So a study was begun, and it was administered through the Economic Development Department, where we looked at mobility in New Mexico and how New Mexico could become more competitive in mobility. And we actually were able to get a piece of legislation passed, which makes New Mexico a competitor in the mobility industry now. And then during that, we worked with the city of Gallup and McKinley County, and we looked at that I-40 corridor and that I-40 corridor is the busiest transcontinental corridor in the United States. And we looked at how they could take advantage of that corridor in terms of mobility and economic development opportunities. And then we also had an opportunity to begin talking to Donjana County, as Adam said. And we realized that with the tremendous infrastructure that you already have in place, and then the high efficiency logistics technology changes that are happening, how we feel like that could be combined and could really create a competitive advantage for Donjana County. Back to you, Adam.
So the next slide, just to summarize the New Mexico, that statewide mobility strategy. And as Lois said, this is how we intersected. We started the conversation in Donjana County. In the end, we propositioned to the state, the legislature, and the administration that the state should set itself out as a laboratory for developing new technologies, testing them, developing them, and deploying them. So focusing on supporting the industry in the state, but also trying to take advantage of that for economic growth. And if the state were to have done that, our story was that it would be the first of its kind in the country. You have 2 transcontinental interstate and rail corridors, as you know. And we propositioned 3 very distinct mobility centers, one in Albuquerque, one in Gallup, both on the I-40 corridor. One is a large region, one is a small region, one is a gateway to the state, and then another in Donjana County. And that each one would be distinct and have some specialty focus. In Donjana County, the proposition has now been integrated to a wider story of mobility strategy embedded in the efforts to develop the Santa Teresa area, the inland port strategy. So in the end, the elements of the statewide proposition were legislative. As Lois said, we wrote and the legislature passed legislation in the last year, I should say, that makes it easier and much more streamlined for companies like truck manufacturers and Google and Waymo and others to test their products on state roads. And all of a sudden, the state is now a part of that proposition and is seen as, I don't know if it's a leader, but it's now a competitor. It's a player. We also talked about infrastructure on the highway and urban infrastructure and specialized assets for testing and development. So let's go to the next slide, please. Now I'm going to quickly step sideways and explain to you why we're talking about California here. The Donjana County trade port or inland port, to some extent, is modeled after the project that's underway in California. It's a project that we're leading. It's a project that stretches 425 miles from Los Angeles at the seaports all the way up through the state to Sacramento in the Bay Area. And it includes a series of new truck mobility complexes and rail intermodal facilities. So dual mode for truck and rail and investment districts around these logistics hubs. It's become a national project supported by the U.S. Department of Transportation as a national status project. It's that same status we'd be going after for the Donjana County project in this proposition that we'll be describing. The partners in this project are many. It's much more complicated than in New Mexico, which means the New Mexico proposition in Donjana County, we hope, should be easier to deliver. But the partners are the seaports, the air quality districts, counties, the councils of governments, the state, Federal government is now invested in the project. The railroads are involved. And that creates this pivot point. If we could go to the next slide. And so what this slide has a lot going on it, but in California, I think if you click, Felipe, maybe. So the seaport is in Los Angeles, and this project has a pivot point in Donjana County to a large extent around the seaport in Los Angeles. That connectivity to the seaport in Los Angeles is critical because most of our trade really comes through the seaports complex in California, with Los Angeles being by far the largest seaport in North America. And so Felipe, if you keep clicking, the project in California, keep clicking, is developing of those 4 trade ports in California. Click again. And so that's the inland port in California. But now we're thinking about connecting, just keep clicking, to the wider supply chain streams that flow in and out of that port in California. And so if you think about New Mexico on the way to the Midwest and the Texas markets and the South, all of those corridors really go through New Mexico. And so if we think, as the current administration in Washington is thinking about extensively, the national supply chain challenges, that those corridors, those flows in and out of the state of California, in and out of the ports in Los Angeles are critical. And so you have in New Mexico, if you could go back, 2 transcontinental corridors that are really the most important corridors in the United States. I-40 is a little bit busier. I-10 is quite important because it connects the Texas markets and into the South, also up into the Midwest as well. But it's an intersection with the Mexican north-south supply chains. At the same time, that black arc shows how far a truck can drive by today's federal regulations from the seaport in one day. So Gallup and Las Cruces, if you will, are kind of on the edge of that, which makes it a strategic location from a supply chain strategy and management perspective. Okay, so I'll keep going in the context of time. So, Lois, are you going to do this? Why don't you do this?
Oh, okay. So the proposition that we are proposing for Donjana County would be that obviously it's sitting, as Adam just said, it's sitting on this major I-10 corridor. It's the intersection of east, west, and north-south logistics. And I think historically, I mean, y'all know this much better than we do, but for hundreds of years, that pathway coming from Mexico all the way up to the Rocky Mountains. I mean, it's been just a center of trade for hundreds of years, and it continues to be so today. And then you add the international border crossing and everything that's happening right now. You have the intermodal facility for UP that was moved there. You also have the short line railroad that's connecting the assets to the UP. And then you have the Donjana County Airport, which is underway with plans to become an international jet port, which will be able to add that other mode of international trade to Donjana County in terms of air cargo coming in from Asia specifically. And then you have your existing business base, which is already doing business with maquiladoras in Juarez and further south into Mexico. So this proposition is so rich, and we think that it really has an opportunity to grow and expand and to create value for Donjana County that's not there right now.
Let's go to the next slide. So you all know that on the previous slide, you know all of that. You know that you have an airport. You know there's an intermodal facility. Our job initially was to sit with Fernando and his team and say, well, we all know that, but thinking forward about tomorrow's supply chains and as the market changes, and if we start to think of it as an integrated package, or we start to think about partnerships, new modern infrastructure, connectivity in a different way, thinking about bringing the Port of Los Angeles as a partner to this project, to be dealing with a series of truck fleet operators, with the railroads in a different way, by developing technological assets in this trade district, this trade port, we're calling it, that are part of an extension of what's happening in California from the port. So we're talking about clean energy infrastructure and the investors that want to be part of now a national system of projects like this. So our perspective is the opportunity, if you go back, is really this is a niche project. We would call it a niche national project. It's a large piece of property. It's 30,000 acres or so, but it's a niche project as it relates to the kinds of industry and who would want to be there. But we think the niches are rather significant as we look forward into some of these supply chains and where they're headed and what they need. The development potential on this site is rather significant. The numbers we actually had to throttle back because they become so large. But we think that the market is over 300 million square feet of development. And by formula, by a mixture of distribution and manufacturing, that would equal a lot of jobs. So Fernando said to us that, if we did everything right, what's the potential of the market? That was the first step of our work. Go ahead to the next slide. So if I could, we're going to talk about that market work in a moment, and I'm going to explain right now what the Donjana trade port is. What are the elements of this? And Felipe, if you could click sort of one at a time here. Those are the elements that we see as unique to the trade port, other than being a nice location. And yes, the railroad runs through it, and there's a place to put the rail on and off. And we've got the international border. What could we do to create it as a product where businesses want to be, almost need to be, not just it's a good location? So the first element is what we're calling the forward deployment zone. And if you run through the next click, the truck mobility complex at the center. So these locations are really not meant to be site specific. They're meant to be conceptual. Somewhere in the district, we would propose building a truck mobility complex. And that truck mobility complex is really the model for tomorrow's truck stop, but it's more than that. It's all clean. It's going to be hydrogen and electric vehicles. It's going to be a purpose-designed way station for autonomous trucks that'll be moving between the port and here and then ultimately onward. And it's a place where cargo transfer is occurring. And on those purple lines, you'll see essentially a network of roads that are built to support the movement of cargo in a high manner, with autonomy moving from truck to warehouse. That's the plan. That's where it's headed, and we think that this project could be at the forefront with a series of investors, the federal government, the ports, and so forth as partners. So again, it's illustrative, but a network of roads that are designed as clean energy routes, but autonomous cargo movement corridors. And then if you keep going, the thought is far better access to Interstate 10 will be necessary. So the county and the state are collaborating on a new road project, we understand, along the international border on St. Francis Road. So we think that is very helpful, taking cargo from the border area, but it's an access to eastward locations into El Paso, but points east. Ultimately, we think a road that extends north out of the district toward Las Cruces would be very valuable as a more direct connection toward the westbound location direction, certainly to the port. The forward deployment zone is indicating that in the end, California can't sustain the supply chains of the country. So if you've heard of the Inland Empire area of the Los Angeles region, it's an enormous warehousing area. So trucks move from the port dock in Los Angeles 40, 50, 60 miles into the Inland Empire, and the Los Angeles County hates it. It's traffic congestion and air pollution. And there's very little ability to build new warehousing there. And it's very cumbersome to get cargo in and out of this large seaports complex in Los Angeles. So with investors, with the port, with the series of players on the logistics side, we suggest this area could become a forward deployment zone where instead of warehousing cargo in the Los Angeles area, you bring it here and then it's held and stars out to locations in Texas and in the Midwest. It's much more efficient, it's lower cost, and that would be perhaps helpful. But beyond that, we see a high velocity complex for cargo around the airport. And it fits very well with what the Donjana County Airport is already doing. But to the extent we're attracting new industries that are needing to move cargo quickly and efficiently and need ground transportation, either at times or typically, but at times certainly need access to air cargo transportation, then this provides that story embedded in a district right at the airport. The green box, which I didn't describe, is a story about building a testing complex for mobility at the Donjana County Airport because there is land and it's configured correctly. But this would mimic a project we built near Silicon Valley, which has become a haven for Google and Waymo and Toyota Research Institute and Intel and many other companies that are testing their products. There is a dearth of testing infrastructure and development infrastructure in the United States. And we think we would be successful in attracting companies to come and test and develop those products here. Then with success, see some engineering happening on the site, as has been the case on a project that we were involved with in Spain, where a testing complex is now a place where engineering is occurring around it. But more so, let's say we're working with Daimler Trucks, and we are in New Mexico right now. Daimler Trucks would do testing on the site, but then they would be testing in the wider district as well, and working with us, with you, with the inland port, with the Port of Los Angeles, for testing those products on the public road as well. And lastly, this idea of forward deployment we attach to for those north-south cargoes in and out of Mexico. So we're seeing a forward deployment zone from Asia through the ports. We're seeing a forward deployment zone for companies that need to conduct certain business on U.S. soil and would provide a location where that occurs in the trade port purpose designed for them. Lastly, in brown is manufacturing, which is really the whole point of the project, to be honest with you. The logistics connectivity and the distribution is really good and helpful. Frankly, it's probably a lot of what would occur in this area if left to its own organic growth. But we see it as a means to an end for even a higher intensity use of the land, higher value jobs amongst a range of industries, which we'll describe now. We conducted a market evaluation. If you go to the next slide, and Lois will explain.
This obviously is very important. If you have aspirations of doing all the things that we're talking about, you have to understand what your market is and how it's working. So the secret sauce that we have in everything that we do is understanding supply chains, how they work, the disruptive influences that are happening to them, and how you take advantage of that, and how you monetize your assets. So we looked at the supply chains that are running through Donjana County and supply chains that we think could stop and do something there. And it's interesting because if you look at New Mexico as a whole, 87% of the traffic that's moving through on both I-40 and I-10 is just through traffic. It's not stopping and doing anything. So we want to understand those supply chains and see how we could take advantage of that. So as we look at the cargo that's moving from east to west, that's coming from the Port of Houston. That's more bulk cargo. It's commodities. And as we look at what things are coming from the Port of Los Angeles east into and through New Mexico, we see more consumer goods and manufactured products. The north-south movement is dominated by electronics and auto parts, and that's obviously connected to the maquiladoras and the operations in Mexico. I mean, it's really, really heavy electronics and auto parts. And what we learned was the north-south movement is going further into Mexico than it had in the past. Manufacturing is moving further inland, so the goods that are coming through El Paso and Santa Teresa are going further into the state of into the country of Mexico. Obviously, the crossings are the border crossings are split across the region, but the Santa Teresa crossing is growing dramatically and needs improvements right now. And the El Paso crossings are the third largest in the country after Otay Mesa and Laredo. There's a lot of business going across those crossings, and there's a lot more that's going to happen in the future. So the idea of this trade port that we're talking to you about is being able to monetize for higher value manufacturing and strategic distribution than is currently happening. Shame on us if we don't try to up our game and try to have higher value added products made there so that more people can be employed and it can dramatically impact the economy. Next. These are the product areas that, in terms of doing our analytics of the supply chain, that we zeroed in on. And obviously electronics, can't say it enough. Now, electronics sort of falls over into auto parts as well, auto products, because there are so many parts of an automobile now that are connected to electronics. And y'all have heard the discussions about semiconductors and how we're short on semiconductors. And that's why electronics is really moving into auto parts as well. There's dramatic opportunities for food. We think there's dramatic opportunities for aerospace as well. You were surrounded by two states, Arizona and Texas, that have massive aerospace clusters, and there's no reason why New Mexico and Donjana County couldn't have one of those as well. Machinery is very big, and also consumer distribution and e-commerce. So these are the product sectors that we're going to concentrate on as we move forward.
So what we've been working on over the last several weeks is a business proposition that the county would submit to the U.S. Department of Transportation for the project that we've just described. It's putting shape and form to it, and it's reaching out to U.S. DOT and saying, look, we have a plan, and we want you to be our partner. Now, this Regional Infrastructure Accelerator program was announced about a year ago, and it's not an annual program. It was meant to be a one-shot story of we want to be involved from the federal government's perspective in a handful of large strategic projects. We want to invest in them, and we want to work shoulder to shoulder with the partners that are developing those projects. The California project I described earlier was submitted and was selected as one of those 5 projects. The US DOT called us and said, we like the model. We think it's replicable. Can you submit another project? We approached the county and said, maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. Perhaps there are a lot of politics involved in here. But US DOT liked it the first time, and they'd like to see a proposition developed in another place. We talked to them about New Mexico, and they were enthused about it. So we're developing a proposition for US DOT to consider. That would be submitted next month if the county goes forward with that submission. Again, the story is the backdrop is the national supply chain crisis, the administration's high visibility efforts on decarbonization, its emphasis on rural development, its focus on economic growth, and we think this project checks just about all of those boxes, as did the California project. Hopefully this project, if it's submitted and accepted, is successful because that path has been trodden in California. And this project and the California project and the port in California are really partners in developing a national system, starting in California and then stopping in New Mexico on its way across the country. Okay, next slide, and we're almost finished. As this project might go forward, there's a series of projects within this trade board. Much of that is really about private investment. And I'm not talking about developers building buildings when someone is interested. That's obvious. That's a private component of this project, this kind of district. But we're talking about infrastructure, clean energy, trucking services, cargo handling, automation, the telecommunications and data management. There are a series of large companies that are interested in investing in a project like this. They can't do it because there aren't projects like this. What we're really doing is we're taking a series of silos and we're sort of integrating those silos into an investable set of projects that are really all dependent on each of those silos working in unison as a project system. So we have, on behalf of this project, reached out to a series of partners or potential partners. El Paso Electric in your region is very enthused about the project. Some examples of others: company Plug Power. It's a very large producer of green hydrogen. And so they're building plants in California and Arizona and Texas. There's none planned in New Mexico, but they're very interested in this project to be part of some sort of system. The Fuel Cell Partnership is a hydrogen coalition of the largest companies in the world. And they're fascinated by this project because these guys want to sell hydrogen, and ultimately the truck manufacturers want to sell their trucks. And what we're sort of creating is sort of building the St. Louis Arch. We're creating some of the infrastructure that creates the opportunity to sell more trucks, that allows them to, flourish in their businesses. So on the clean energy side, there's a series of partners that would be involved. Maybe these folks, maybe some others. On the mobility side, Daimler Trucks, which I mentioned earlier, Daimler is part of the Mercedes family, but Daimler Trucks in the U.S. manufactures and sells about 2/3 of the trucks, heavy trucks sold in the U.S., so brands like Freightliner and others. They manufacture school buses and so forth. So we're working with them at the corporate level. They're supportive of this project, are involved in it. In fact, because of the work we did with the state, they've invested last year in an engineering complex in Albuquerque, and they're running tests on over the interstates right now of their autonomous hydrogen and electric technologies. We'd like to see a lot more of that, and we think that that's possible. So in the mobility space, in the infrastructure investment space, the port and logistics space, I mentioned the Port of Los Angeles is signed on. There's a letter of support and interest, and we're working with them in a whole host of ways. If this project were to come about, it would be known as part of the Port of Los Angeles in a way, not legally, but it would be an extension of their system. And we think from a marketing and business development perspective, that pays huge dividends. We'd love to see Movida and David Lopez and his team with the port in Asia working on the propositions for current port clients, how to sustain and enhance their business here. And lastly, I put telecom on here, working with a couple of companies. Zayo would be one, where they are the largest owner of fiber, dark fiber in the United States. So they sell their fiber backbones. They actually have one of their transcontinental lines that runs right through this district. But we're working with them in other places around wireless networks, which allow seamless integration of data from shipper to ocean carrier to truck. The issue of data transparency is uniquely valuable. It's part of the package of what creates this inland port product, not just kind of a marketing proposition. With support for the trade port proposition from a host of folks, New Mexico DOT has been working with us, the chancellor at New Mexico State, the president, I think she's called, Heather Wilson at the UTEP has been supportive, so has the state chamber. And chairman and commissioners, I mentioned LA Metro here. This is the transportation agency for Los Angeles County. They run the subway systems and all sorts of things. They have more interest in this than almost anybody else. And they've signed on as a supporter, because if we can encourage more trucks to be hydrogen and electric, or more train cargo coming out of LA, it benefits the Los Angeles region substantially by the success of this project. We're taking trucks off the road. The trucks that remain will be cleaner. That's all they think about in Los Angeles. And in other organizations like the MPO, Jerry Pacheco and the Borderplex Alliance are very involved. The Border Industrial Association, the Borderplex Alliance, and the trucking folks. So, and lastly, I think we're just talking about next steps. Our job is sort of day and night really to complete with Fernando and his team the business proposal that would be submitted to federal government in April, and then start undertaking the project development by bringing the proposition to a series of discrete investable projects with partners and discrete specific sites, and get to the details of how implementation would occur. Fernando, I think we can stop there, acknowledging time.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Chairman, if you would permit perhaps just a few words from Devin Lopez, who's here with us, as well as Jerry Pacheco, should they wish to make any additional comments in terms of their role and their perspective of the project.
Absolutely. Mr. Lopez, Mr. Pacheco, good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Well, thanks for having us here today. Not a whole lot to describe the project. I think the team did in quite a bit of detail. We've been working with Fernando and his staff and GLD for well over a year now on this, before we even got to the substance of what the business case was going to be. But I want to say I think this fits in, and Jerry hopefully will contest or will agree with me, but I think this fits into some of the aspirations of what we've always wanted to see in Santa Cruz. So we wanted to really position ourselves as an inland port, I think, and utilize and build upon the infrastructure that's already in place, the logistical infrastructure. But I think the timing of this coming to us, given that we have challenges with supply chain worldwide today, driving up prices, making it very difficult for commodities to get across the country, I think it puts us even more of a unique position in timing, where by utilizing advanced technologies like EV and autonomous vehicle technologies to the not just the personal vehicle transportation, but to cargo, fleet, and intermodal, we really are in a position to create systemic solutions for the supply chain challenges worldwide, or at least in the U.S., should I say. At the same time, really put us in a position to get on the map and attract some of the companies that are making huge investments in electrification and mobility. So we're in full support of this project. Regarding the accelerator, we have been reaching out to the community for letters of support. We have 32 ranging from both the educational sector, from some of the communities, some of the business nonprofits, as well as social nonprofits here in the area. And if you'd like, I have a list that I can show you and hand out to you. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Jerry Pacheco. I'm the president of the Border Industrial Association. Many of you are familiar personally with what we're doing down at the border. We've been promoting Santa Cruz as an inland port of entry since we opened up the Union Pacific project in 2013. This effort formalizes that. So my board and our 130-some members of our group are fully in support of this. We built 750,000 square feet of new space last year, which is all occupied. 500,000 of that was speculative space, which is full. We have currently another 500,000 square feet under construction as we speak. the momentum in Santa Teresa is definitely there. And this kicks it to another level. And I'll add one last thing. There's another major supporter. I met with Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham last week, and she had the previous week met with U.S. DOT Secretary Buttigieg, and she is fully in support of this project. And she said she can use that relationship she has with the U.S. DOT Secretary to help lobby and cheerlead this effort. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted this to be an informational piece in terms of what we've been working on. I know that it's been at a staff level, but I felt it was time, for the board to be completely briefed, because we will be coming in order to submit the grant application that was described earlier. This has a wonderful potential in terms of a return of the investment, and I think that you see enthusiasm both from Avita and the BIA. I think that as people learn more about the project, there'll be a great deal of enthusiasm. Every concept starts from ideas. There's always a tremendous amount of groundwork. These things don't materialize on their own. So we have been putting in the time to try to form the direction that we would propose to the commission.
Great, thank you. And I think that was going to be one of my questions, is understanding what was going to be needed for the board for this application. But as you said, well, it'll come before us for that. So, okay, are there any questions from the board on the presentation?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
Fernando, besides approving a grant application, what else is this board supposed to do about this?
Well, that's the initial step. Obviously, if we get the grant, to accept it, to basically ensure that it's contracted out for the work that will be described in the application. So to me, it's almost something akin to establishing the effort that went into establishing the spaceport. We're going to have to develop, and it's a real good time because there's a lot of discussion nationally about private-public partnerships. And certainly this would be, I believe, a project that would fall into that category.
Well, it seems from this presentation we have a unique geographical area. We're a great transportation hub and probably more than adequate for the construction of manufacturing facilities.
And I think this company, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ellens, this company did work under the New Mexico Department of Transportation in terms of identifying which would be the most appropriate locations for, it was initially the mobility, the driverless vehicle studies that they undertook in terms of where would be great testing sites. And of course, that's where they had identified Santa Teresa. That's where we came into the picture in terms of linking to look at the broader opportunities that would be available. But it reminds me something of the beginning of the spaceport, where there was a lot of groundwork that had to be done related to being able to develop that project.
How much is the monetary grant?
Well, the initial grant, I believe the maximum under it is, I believe that what we spoke about was the 1.4 million. Is that correct? Lois, I'm seeing you on the screen.
I think it can go, yes, about between 1 and 1.5 million.
That's the initial.
Strikes me that's not a lot of money given the scope of this project.
No, but it's the first step that's necessary.
Fernando, may I just add to that?
Entail?
I'm sorry?
What will the first step entail?
Adam, do you want to describe the substance of the application? I think you went over it, but describe it again, please.
So, Commissioner, you're right. It's not in the context of a project like this a lot of money. It's meant to be seed money to support the planning and development and bring the partnerships together. In fact, the US DOT would like to come out and be on site working with the team throughout the project, and they can contribute equal amounts over three years if they choose to. But the real prize is that it's designated a national project. It's designated by US DOT and the Build America Bureau, which is where all the financing programs in DOT are, and their public-private partner experts will focus on the project. To the extent this project could qualify for other direct funding from the federal government, they describe this as sort of the portal to that makes it a federal, local, state collaboration on big national projects. So we would expect to see more funding come with that, but this is the rehearsal. I think the work is about putting the partnerships together. It's about putting the business structure together, the investable projects, the sites, the infrastructure plan, doing some of the engineering. Those are the sorts of things that would need to be done if the project is awarded.
Will there be any county funds involved in this, Mr. Macias?
Mr. Chair, there could be, certainly in the future, but what we would be looking for is federal support. I know that we had one of Senator Heinrich's staff here, and I believe that part of it was to listen to this presentation. So the breadth of it would probably involve funding from both county, state, and federal levels in order to complete a project of this magnitude.
Do we have any idea what our share would be at this point?
No, I mean, really not close to any idea in terms of what the county would have to commit. Obviously, many times when we pursue federal funding, there is a local match that's required. But our goal would be to, look at the larger pots of money that Adam was describing.
But
a lot of this is still in the concept stage, Commissioner. But certainly as we go along, we'll be providing the commission far more detail.
But I assume that pure county money would still be significant.
Certainly it could be, depending on what we have to match and what the match requirements would be.
All right.
But as in that's never stopped us before. Every source of funding that we get normally has some kind of match, and that's the commitment that the county makes. Sometimes it runs anywhere from 5 to 15% of the project, depending on what it is.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Are there any other questions? Input? Okay. Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Wasserman, and thank you, Ms. Yates, for joining the call and the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, for joining us here today.
Thanks.
So I know we're, before we start on agenda item number 6, it's 11:17 a.m. If we wouldn't mind taking a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene, let's say 11:30 back here in the chamber, so 13 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, dear. We're going to be a while. We're going to be a while because we have to go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant an adapter. There is one there, but not the actual. No, I can actually see people's faces.
You can see faces. Come sign my yearbook.
I'll video.
No, it's funny, man. Those were just so my wife was telling me somebody she's like,
What departments are you supervising? Okay. Email it to me.
all right, it's 11:35 a.m. We'll get back to it, and I'll apologize for the additional delay. We just have, it's a fun day for the clerk's office and filing day and lots of visitors this morning, so. All right, we're on to agenda item number 6, which is the presentation on the status of the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA projects. Assistant County Manager Jonathan Macias, good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Sanchez. So as you recall, this is a follow-up to our presentation back in November. We committed to coming back with periodic updates that would also complement what is occurring with some of our ICIP allowances, which are coming down the pipe. For the purposes of today, I have prepared a very brief presentation and then can stand for questions towards the end. The first major update is that the U.S. Treasury has finally posted the final rules, which were published back on January 6th. They will go into effect at the 1st of April of this year, or April 1st, 2022. As many of you are familiar, many county and government entities at large were waiting on a on these actual roles because they had been previously labeled interim. And so unlike the County of Donjana, many other government entities had not gotten as far along as making allocations or commitments for the actual budget. Some of the expanded authorities that came down with this final ruling include the opportunity to take a straight $10 million for the revenue loss instead of having to go through a complicated calculation. They also expanded the use so that they can be used for medical expenses, either directly to providers or for other treatment of what is being labeled as long COVID, or those impacts that we're seeing in our community for people that did contract COVID and are experiencing respiratory distress or other related fatigue injuries. They can also be used for a broader definition of behavioral health uses within the community. And as Mr. Macias mentioned earlier when we were having a conversation, any and all these uses do have to be tracked back to the response related to COVID-19 in terms of how they contribute towards a public health response. One other thing that we noticed that came out in the final rules is that the funds can now be used more specifically to improve access to and user experience when interacting with government systems. So that might mean expanding the ability for the business community to do business with us on an online platform or even remotely. There was also discussion about the utilization of technology to adapt government operations to the pandemic, whether we need to visit that from the perspective of enhanced video conferencing software or data management systems that can be more remote or cloud-based. And then, of course, they did provide more specific guidance for the use of this money for capital expenditures, but it has to, again, be tied specifically to the public health and negative economic impacts. It also needs to be proportionate. They do give us an automatic utilization of up to $1 million, but anything beyond that amount, we will have to actually ask the U.S. Treasury and provide a scope of what the capital expenditure would be, and then they would actually provide the allowance for that usage. This is a quick recap of what we've budgeted and what has been spent versus encumbered. What you'll notice here on the first column, this is the one thing that doesn't always get tracked in our systems because our financial systems will look at what has been spent and then what is in holding to clear the account. So what has been spent is in the middle, and what is encumbered is in our systems through the end of the fiscal year is what is flagged here. The major number that you'll want to look at is that we have budgeted as a whole projects that were presented back on June 22nd of 2021 and voted on and approved at whole at about $25,780,000 and 430, I should say. And that comprises about 60% of the $42 million that was committed to the county. In perspective to the nation, this accounts, we are running ahead of the nation. Most of the nation has only allocated about 48% of their ARPA funds based on the public reporting that has been posted to the U.S. Treasury.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Allens?
Jonathan, could you tell me what encumbrance means?
Yes, sir. Chairman Sanchez and Commissioner Allens. Encumbrance means that we have either received a contract and we are committed to making a payment, or it has formally cleared through our financial system known as Banner and is currently showing as a commitment that will clear through our accounts.
So that's what we're obligated to spend or return?
We do not anticipate returning. If we have anything that is underspent, we will evaluate where we can use it elsewhere in the funds. But the encumbrance would mean what is committed that we are obligated to either a vendor, a contractor, or a project that we anticipate will clear.
And if we don't meet that goal, what happens to the money?
Mr. Chairman, the money is there. We've already received $21 million. This coming May, we're going to receive another $21 million. Encumbered basically means that it's on track to be spent. That's all it means. It hasn't been spent, so it doesn't fall into the 3.8 million category, but it is what there is a commitment to spend it on a specific priority that was already identified for the commission. So the way to look at it, and if there's any monies that aren't spent, then they can be just moved off onto another priority. And again, please remember that we have another 2 years, I believe, after this to spend the money. So there's no doubt we're going to spend every last penny of it. What is budgeted, I can give you an example. The commission had approved $5 million commitment to Dragonfly Channel as part of that big flood control project on the East Mesa. Well, the design will be finished in this summer, and so the money for construction will begin, and that's where that $5 million commitment is. So you've already identified priorities in the amount of $25 million. Almost $4 million has been spent, and another 11.3 million is on track to be spent. So again, if we have a challenge, it's not spending the money, it's having to come up with additional monies in order to cover the cost of the priority, just because of the cost, the increase in costs that we're having to deal with almost within every project that we see. You can have projected what the amount that you needed, and now it's up by 30%. And so there's no danger of underspending. The concern is covering all of the priorities that the commission already identified.
So we're not going to run out of time.
Run out of time? No, we still have plenty of time for the projects.
Chairman Sanchez and Commissioner Allens, as a point of reference, we have until 2024 to make the commitment for the use of the funds, and then we have until 2026 for it to clear our accounts. So we do have plenty of time, but we are actively tracking to make sure that we utilize all the money. This last slide is just a recap of what we'll be doing for next steps. We're going to be actively assessing all projects to see what the impact has been on those rising costs of materials and labor. We'll also be conducting community engagement to review options to address affordable housing. That's one thing that I was seeing in my former position that is a big need in our community. So we're hoping to come together with some of those nonprofits and other government entities to see and evaluate what could be done as a rapid deployment. There was already a commitment from the ARPA funds for a coordinated effort with Tierra del Sol in Vado, but that has a longer term horizon, as that's going to be mostly for the grading and plotting of future affordable housing in coordination with other programs like USDA. We'll continue to coordinate with the state on the potential unfunded business recovery request. As you'll remember, there was a pot of money of about, I believe it was $120 million that was coordinated through the state for business support. That was on a first come, first served, I should say. So I've asked to look at anything that was competitive but unfunded within our county so that we can make more of a direct support if possible. And then, of course, the remaining funds that were committed by the U.S. Treasury are expected to be received by mid-May. So then we'll have all of the funds in our accounts. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Just curious, have we done an assessment to understand if the capital outlay funds that I know they haven't been signed, the bill hasn't been signed by the governor yet, and so that could still potentially change, but have we looked already at that outlay, those outlay items to see if any of those projections, or even from the state budget on the state level from the broadband office, to understand if any of those funds, those monies could theoretically offset some of our planned costs for these ARPA funds, or the previously approved plan for the ARPA funds?
Chairman Sanchez, good question. We have, and we are actively looking at them. We're also actively tracking to see what the commitments will look like from those designated hires from the governor's office specifically for the broadband infrastructure build out, as well as tracking what will be released from what was passed from the November 2021 infrastructure bill that passed. A lot of those are commitments and plans for how the billions of dollars will move, but they haven't crystallized to see how they will trickle down yet. But yes, we are actively reviewing them to avoid duplication of efforts.
And we still are anticipating 10 million of the ARPA funds or monies that is still remaining to be allocated or at least planned for. Is that correct?
We are, and those are the ones that we referred to looking at some of those broad community enhancements that could be done. And we can also utilize some of those unspent funds for cost overages for some of the other previously approved projects.
You mentioned at some of the latest rules for this, it talks about the $10 million of lost revenue that can be, or a loss allowance. Wasn't part of the loss allowance, you could use those for capital projects within the jurisdiction of the public entity to fund those directly? Not specifically, I know you mentioned that towards the bottom that there were ones specifically for the Office of Emergency Management, but it was my understanding that any loss of revenue that was identified through ARPA could be utilized to backfill or be used specifically for capital projects identified by the public entity. Do you know if that's true?
Chairman Sanchez, I have seen that even for the $10 million general, that we're still supposed to act in the spirit of what those funds were intended to provide the recovery response. They still continue to have the specificity that we have to respond to the public health and negative economic impacts of the pandemic. I can research for any specific projects that are being presented, but they still want us to tie it back. And anything over 1 million, we'll have to ask for permission.
Okay, because I believe the city of Las Cruces had utilized some of their ARPA funds for some of their capital projects because they were identified as a loss of revenue. At least that was my understanding, that was an avenue they explored. And so I'd be curious to understand if that's an opportunity for us. Because I think the other opportunity I would look at is one of the new projects that I know was recently on our ICIP list that we approved last year was also for the county clerk's warehouse. And so given that that could be maybe an option there, or through, if it's considered critical infrastructure, I know it doesn't, maybe not necessarily, as you're saying, specifically in a health crisis, but perhaps as that's already partially funded, that might be some opportunity I would like to see if that's something we might be able to utilize ARPA funds for.
Sure, I'm happy to take it back and look into that.
Thank you. And then, I'm sorry, I'll open up, I have a couple more questions, but I'll open up to my fellow commissioners before I monopolize all the time. So I don't know if there are other questions from the commissioners on, no? Just the other one, I know one of the monies that we set aside, particularly around the health, was around direct medical or assistance or reimbursement for medical costs. Have we been able to establish a program yet on that?
Chairman Sanchez, we've had numerous conversations with some of the community leaders that would be able to easily facilitate that. Some of the initial discussions have been in terms of how do we demonstrate equity, especially for the high costs related to some of these treatments. And so the latest, I would have to turn to Jamie Michael for the latest. But the other thing that we're seeing is just recently, the state released additional remedies that might be more helpful and a little bit quicker in terms of mortgage assistance for people in our community that is also being managed by the state. So there's more help on the way that's being released, but specific to the medical offsets, that is something that we're still reviewing.
Okay, very good. And well, Ms. Michael's coming up. I know, just for those that might be watching on the meeting, I know, I think that the county on their Facebook or their social media posts had just posted some links for those that were interested, not just in our emergency rental assistance program, but that mortgage assistance program through the state as well. So, like I said, for those that are watching, please, you can see that on our social media pages.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Initially, most of the costs related to COVID treatment were hospital-based. So we went and visited with Memorial Medical and the state's Human Services Department. There are other funding sources right now, state and federal funding, to support hospitals for the care of people who were served in hospitals for COVID treatment. So there's no gap that we've identified for hospital-based treatments. They've been reimbursed. People are not leaving the hospital with large bills that they're unable to pay. Now that COVID treatment has changed and we have more outpatient services available, and the guidance that Jonathan just shared, looking at using some of these dollars for the long-term impacts that COVID has versus that immediate hospitalization, we may see gaps. And so that's where Mr. Macias has asked me to look at what other opportunities are there for, or gaps where we may need to cover medical bills. We've also talked about the healthcare workforce, so reallocating some of this. So there may not be a bill that I need to pay, but I may not have a nurse available to provide the care. So do we invest in workforce versus the patient bills? So things are changing, but hospital care is covered.
Thank you, Ms. Michael.
And Mr. Chairman, if you would permit, I just want to make sure that there's no reason to spend these monies if there's other pots of monies that are now becoming available. That was one of the reasons to try to take a look to see what would come out of this legislative session. I can assure you that there are significant pots of money in some of the priority areas. However, and I think just want to reinforce what Jonathan indicated earlier, the protocols, the process, the application process really hasn't been defined yet for most of these monies. In fact, I don't anticipate they're going to be defined until sometime this summer, because some of those monies really don't become available until the 1st of July. One of the areas we were looking at trying to engage in affordable housing projects, but the legislature appropriated $20 million to the Mortgage Finance Authority for the purpose of promoting affordable housing, but their protocols aren't in place yet. So once we know that, that could be a source of money that we could turn to utilize for some of the projects that we identified, rather than using some of the ARPA funding. I do want to be, just as a word of caution, everything that we do has to have some ultimate tie back to COVID relief. So I just want to make sure, because some of the things that we were talking about, at least at the management level, we talk about long-term investment, and so we want to try to promote that because we may not have these opportunities again. One was for a new building for Office of Emergency Management that is a better source, more advanced technology, putting us in a place to be able to respond to emergencies of all forms. Another that we had talked about that these are clear, appropriate investments is at Memorial Medical Center in terms of expanding their emergency room, the intensive care unit, should we have to deal with this kind of pandemic again in the future. And I think that you certainly are aware of it. No one has discounted the potential of a return of something on the pandemic level that we have seen these last 2 years. So there are projects that clearly fit. There's other projects that we will have to try to explore as to whether or not there's any kind of opportunity. But in order to meet all of these kind of demands, because the cost for any kind of construction, as you well know as an engineer, I mean, it's really reaching a ridiculous level. You think that you have enough money to go forward with a project, to find out that after the design is completed, which normally takes anywhere from 6 months to a year, the cost has gone up by at least a third. So we're going to be dealing with some of those issues of maybe having to come back to the commission to ask for some of the monies to flow. I want to also, thank the commission, but realize that we may have to do some adjustments. This commission committed, $4,000 to employees to kind of enhance the compensation that was occurring this year. We put incentives in place of $2,500 for employees. Those are coming out of the ARPA funds. Some of those may have to be moved into some of the recovery of cost category. So it isn't, we have $15 million and we can use it any way we want to. We certainly can't. We still have to comply with all of the rules that came out of the U.S. Treasury Department.
Well, thank you, Mr. Macias. No, I understand. I think and that's why I bring up is I think what was particularly caught my attention on the update was that $10 million loss of revenue, because I believe by watching, from seeing the city council, and I think even seeing some of the other guidance that seems to be out online, the loss of revenue was the only kind of that one caveat that did allow us to spend on capital projects that weren't necessarily related to COVID and emergency management. And that's why I asked, that might be another opportunity for us to look at, because if we can do that $10 million, that opens up and gives us a lot more flexibility on what we can do outside of those monies that were the restrictions. And then given, I think, like we're talking about, if we had monies that were allocated that we may not specifically use for assistance, I think we, right now, that's more than the 10 million, then we're looking possibly more at 10 million, more than $10 million that the commission can maybe have some ideas or input on and where we want to allocate those funds. And that's why I'm curious. I wanted to have this update just to get an understanding, but I'd like to see how do we develop that, because I don't want to be going down the road. I know we believe we'll have the money spent, but I'd like to make sure we have the plan and start putting the actions in place so that we're not rushing around last minute trying to find ways to spend the money. So, and understand the challenge, because it's not just Donjana County that we're competing with. The state of New Mexico has all their monies. And then, we can only look to our neighbors in Texas who also have received ARPA funds. So if with all the construction projects and things going on because of ARPA, I can absolutely, on top of the supply chain issues, it's creating those increase in project or cost of projects. So understand.
And Mr. Chairman, so just so that for kind of full disclosure, we're looking that still probably, I know that we've put monies into different categories, but we could be still looking that the commission has the ability to commit up to $15 million to other categories. And we are looking not to spend these monies if there's already monies at the state level. And again, please remember that much of the money that was allocated from the legislature, if it's severance tax, then we're not going to see those grant agreements till next September, potentially as late as October. And you then so you can't even start using the money until then. And you have another legislative session right around the corner, and I anticipate that the legislature is going to, or the state is going to have, still substantial amounts of money to appropriate next legislative session as well, so that we look at all of the potential funding categories.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right. Any other input from the commission? Any public input? Dr. Eskin? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. I'm not sure if this is public or elected, but I appreciate the opportunity. My apologies, Amanda Lopez-Askin, Donjana County Clerk, my apologies for coming in and out. This is what I'm kind of referring to as our draft day, right, in terms of the filing day is very exciting. We try to make it festive for candidates, and anyone who steps up to serve their community should be admired. So we wanted to celebrate them today, and it seems to be going smoothly, knock on wood. So thank you for your patience. I wanted to talk a little bit today about the election warehouse, the clerk's office warehouse that I have been advocating for and frankly working very hard to secure funding for. And I wanted first to briefly talk about when I began as clerk and kind of giving the lay of the land. I mean, I started very quickly. It became very apparent to me that the election warehouse that we use is, although sufficient, it has gotten to be more of a challenge to run elections as our absentee process has gotten bigger and larger and more individuals are voting absentee. Our election board that does the absentee is housed there. And so we're often having to juggle machines in different rooms, and frankly, there's just not enough space. I'm appreciative of it. We also pay nearly $60,000 a year for that space and have been doing so for many years. And when I started really looking at the numbers, I figured we could have invested that in Donjana County and have a structure that we actually owned. So looking at options connected to that, I started talking about it, getting input from staff, went to Bernalillo County, went to Santa Fe County, went to Sandoval County, looked at all of their facilities and recognized some of them, are not any better off than we are, and some of them are. So After doing that, I then, started a plan looking at an architect who helped us design, and we were fortunate to get one who was motivated to help us. And with about a month, we had a good plan with an architect that we worked with very closely and continually, as well as identified some property that we would like to use. The ultimate tally was near $4 million. That includes the purchase of the land as well as a full build, as well as sufficient parking to house all of the vehicles that we currently use. So then the work began of advocacy, and then I went to Santa Fe and was able to meet with all of our legislatures, and I want to give a really big thank you to Majority Whip and State Representative Doreen Gallegos, who championed this, along with Senator Souls and Senator Hamlin, as well as Senator Steinborn, were big champions of this and really heard what I was saying when I was talking about why we needed it, why we needed to be as good as we could be, as transparent as we could be, as open as we could be in terms of how we present elections. I'd also like to read this to you, that the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security has designated election systems as critical infrastructure, and it is designation established by the Patriot Act and given to systems and assets, whether physical or virtual, so vital to the United States that the incapacity or destructions of such systems and assets would have a debilitating impact on security, national economic security, national public health or safety, or any combination of those matters. Election systems meet this definition and must be secure to safeguard our nation's democratic process. And by election administration, the definition is we mean storage facilities, polling places, and centralized vote tabulation locations used to support the election process, and information and communications technology to include voter registration databases, voting machines, and other systems to manage the election process and report and display results on behalf of state and local governments. In 2020, elections overall in the country have dealt with something that we have never dealt before, and our community stepped up for us, and I'm very proud of the work that we did in 2020. Our elections are getting larger. It's great news. More people are voting. Our voting our voter roll is increasing, and I think it would be a great benefit to our community to have a new facility that could support that. And as the legislature has supported it with the $1.7 million designation in capital outlay funds, I'm asking if the commission would consider supporting that as well. Mr. Jonathan Macias indicated that there would be some kind of approval that would needed more into detail if it was more than $1 million of an ask, which obviously this would be. But I would ask that we put that as a priority for the county and have a good partnership with the legislators who supported it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Askin.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, if there's no other input at the moment, at least I'd like to have some answers, following up after the meeting if we can.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Okay, we're on the consent agenda, items 7 through 11. I don't know if there's any items on this consent agenda that the commissioners would like to pull for separate consideration.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ellis?
I'd like to pull item 7 for discussion purposes.
Okay, we have agenda item number 7 for separate consideration. Are there any others? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 8 through 11?
So move.
Moved by Vice Chair Murillo. Commissioner Ellens, can I count that as a second? Okay, so we have agenda items 8 through 11 for approval. Are there any comments, questions? Hey, Brandy, we call the roll on agenda items 8 through 11.
Wait a minute, was this
Yeah, I was going to leave. We'll pull 7 for consideration.
okay, all right.
Yeah, so we'll do 8 through 11 and then come back to 7.
Commissioner Ellens,
Yes,
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Item number 9 has a resolution number. That number is 2022-18.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda item number 7. So the use of general services agreement with Contract Associates to reconfigure workspace in the clerk's office in the amount of $181,505.01 and associated budget revision and resolution. Ms. Valenzuela, good morning.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon, almost, yeah, good afternoon, sorry.
Okay, good afternoon. Were there any specific questions?
Angelica, what is the source of the $181,000?
Chairperson Sanchez, Commissioner Ellens, that is through our recording fees fund. That is where the money will come from.
All right, so it's coming from the clerk's fund.
The clerk's fund, not the general fund.
Grant. Okay, I'm familiar with that.
Yes, you are.
You have enough money in the fund to do this.
Yes.
When I look at elevation, see if I can find it. Yeah, elevation A. I'm trying to figure out where the offices of the clerk and the chief deputy clerk are. Looks to me like they have been obliterated.
So this will actually mainly shows the middle of the office, which is the workstations for the staff. The offices are not being changed. The actual permanent offices are not being changed at all. So that will remain the same. Everything else is just showing the main area for the staff. So the cubicle areas.
Well, when I look at the top left office space, that's where the current clerk's office is.
Yes.
And I scan across where the chief deputy's office apparently used to be, but I can't figure out where you put it.
It's still there. It's just not shown on this drawing, only because that's not any work that was going to be done. So they stopped it at that wall there just before the chief deputy's office. So no changes are going to be done after that wall there that you see all the way to the right in area 4.
What's your time on getting this from beginning to end?
So this fiscal year, we plan to purchase the equipment, all of the cubicles, furniture, and then the work, the actual work will need to be done after the primary election, so in July.
So when do we finish up?
July.
July. Is there a lot of tearing down involved here?
Just of the cubicles, so there will be removal of the existing cubicles and adding of the newer cubicles. The other work that needs to be done is electrical. We weren't able to use the existing floor ports because they're not movable unless we're breaking concrete. And so all of that will come from the ceiling now.
What's the staff input on this, if you have any?
Well, we have some staff input as far as they're not too excited for the cubicles to be smaller, but they do support that everyone will have their own individual workspace, where we have about 7 to 8 staff that share workspaces right now. And we'll have additional workspace for more staff support, especially during the election. And we've definitely tried to design the internal cubicle to help with their workflow as much as possible. For example, one of the features will be the desk will be movable up and down, so it'll be so they'll be able to stand if necessary, and the whole desk will move, not just a piece.
How many temps are you taking on during the election cycle?
I don't know what the current plan is right now. We're already starting the process of doing that. I don't know the number.
Will the probate judge's office still be included here?
Yes,
Where is it?
that is still in the front, that first office there next to Area 2. You see that they have 2 entrances still. So that's the probate judge's office. And then her assistant is still there at the counter in front of Area 2.
Well, there's currently the probate judge and her administrative aide. Looks to me like you've devoted 3 spaces.
So, well, she currently, her main space is at the front counter, and that will not change. She does not currently have a cubicle space.
She also has a separate storage area.
Yes, and that will remain.
Is that one of the 3 front offices in the lower?
Yes, so the first 2 is the actual judge's office. That third is their vault, so their storage room that is fireproof. And then also my office there, and then the conference room and the current clerk's office.
Is the storage space the one to the extreme left?
Yes, it'll be right next to the probate judge's office.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Are there any other questions on agenda item number 7? Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve?
So
So
Moved by Commissioner Ellens,
second.
seconded by Vice Chair Murillo. Any public input? All right, Brandy, will you call the roll on agenda item number 7?
Commissioner Ellens?
yes,
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2022-19.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we're on to agenda item number 12. It's amendment to expand the crisis response services with Recovery Innovations Incorporated in the amount of $500,000. This will be presented by Ms. Michael. To begin the discussion, if I can have a motion and a second for this item.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Chaparro. I hear a second by Vice Chair Murillo.
Yes.
Ms. Michael?
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm here today to ask for an amendment to a contract that the county has with Recovery Innovation, and it is in alignment with what you heard about with the ARPA funds. So I have some information to explain the alignment and the scope of work. So as you know, there was $1.5 million allocated out of the ARPA funding to address behavioral health, specifically looking at health disparities that were exacerbated by the pandemic. And there are 5 objectives listed in the plan, and most of them revolve around a 14-day observation unit, mobile crisis services, and then broadly around behavioral health services related to crisis response and the 988 system, as well as some language in there and priority to address stigma. So this lines up with the scope of work that's included or is proposed to be included in the amendment. So these 5 objectives or deliverables are part of the amendment. This is what we would be purchasing. So the first is related to hospital and emergency department diversion or transition. We know that there are still people experiencing a psychiatric emergency that end up in the emergency department, and for most, that is not the best place for care. So we want to divert and transition people out of the emergency department and into the crisis triage center. And we've made some strides working with the hospitals, but it's been suggested that if we can take an employee from the triage center and place them in the emergency department, that they can help begin that engagement and begin that care coordination and move more people out of the hospital into the triage center. The same thing for the jail. We want to do more around jail reentry. The detention center is identifying people that may benefit from the triage center and making that referral. But if we can, again, get an employee of the triage center to physically be at the jail and have those conversations and start that engagement before release, we'll be more likely to engage them in services at the triage center. The county has previously invested in mobile crisis services, so this is to continue to expand that and make sure that we meet the best practice standards laid out by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration around what mobile crisis response teams should look like. So this is just to continue to expand that, that service line. And then the crisis observation unit. So in New Mexico, facilities, crisis facilities can be licensed as a 23-hour service or a 14-day observation. And so we would like to see if this facility can be dual licensed as both. So people can stay for the 23 hours and quickly move into community-based services, or if they're not ready to move out at that 24th hour, then the facility has the capacity to allow someone to stay in a more observation type unit, which would be up to 14 days. So, and the last one is policy development. We know that in New Mexico, our laws are not allowing us to operate as a no wrong door facility. So we say anyone can come as long as it's voluntary. And we'd like to change that because, again, the emergency department is not the best place for people, whether it's voluntary or involuntary. So we need some policy development around that to help us change the laws and the regulations related to the licensing of triage centers. So all of this work will be connected to the implementation of the Crisis Now model, which is the model that the city and the county have agreed is the best model for our community, and the implementation of the 988 system. And the timing for the 988 implementation, it's intended to go live in July, so that's why we're trying to really stack a lot of work into a short amount of time. And both of those, the Crisis Now model and the 988 system, rely on call centers, mobile crisis services, and crisis triage centers. So this is just reiterating that that's what we are investing in. Again, going back to decisions that County Commission has made in the past, this was the resolution that clarified the role of the Crisis Triage Center. So you can see here that hospital and jail diversion were really a priority and the intent of the triage center, and also to support broader community efforts. So again, these dollars will help reinforce and accomplish what was laid out in the initial resolution. Now I have just a little bit of information about the Crisis Triage Center and its utilization. So this shows by month. It opened in very late June. We really started promoting it in late summer, and you can see a nice upward trend. So we were very happy to see that utilization is increasing. We would like to see each month about twice that many people. So the capacity or kind of a good utilization for the triage center would be about 6 guests a day, which would be just over twice what you're seeing for February. So we need to keep growing in that trajectory. And if we can engage people who are leaving the emergency department and engage people who are leaving the jail, it will help increase that utilization. So the capacity is there, and we need to begin identifying people who can better be served in this facility. This is just for the month of January, and it's showing where referrals are coming from. So you see the biggest piece of the pie is the individual themselves or their family are making referrals into the triage center, followed by law enforcement and emergency departments. And then you see some of the other smaller referral sources, including the detention center. We want to increase the detention center, and we want to increase that emergency department and law enforcement pieces of the pie. So that's where this amendment will really focus on those two areas.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Michaels. Thank you for being here. Regarding this pie and what you're showing 9 from law enforcement. My question to you is if the sheriff is now utilizing the crisis triage center, or is it coming solely from City of Las Cruces?
Commissioner Chaparro, I have data up through March 6th. So as of March 6th, there were 316 guests served at the triage center, and of those, 66 were law enforcement referrals, and of that, 62 were Las Cruces Police Department. So yes, the overwhelming majority of law enforcement utilization is with the city of Las Cruces. So I thought that was good news when we're looking past the February, and we're looking kind of at what are the March numbers going to look like. Within the first week of March, there were 17 new enrollments, and we are now up to 316 total people served at the triage center. They ask everyone as they're leaving the triage center to fill out a brief survey because getting feedback from the guests is important. And here is the comparisons for their guest satisfaction from July through December. The green bar is the number of people that were served, and the blue bar is the number of people who took the survey, and those are their scores. I'm sorry, the blue bar is the number of people who took the survey. The green bar is the score that was given. So you can see not everyone who leaves participates in the survey, but of those that do, the scores are very high. When I asked RI about their satisfaction scores across the country, if all of their, to compare this to their other facilities, the average is 91%. So you can see here that our average satisfaction is above the average for the company. And they also leave room for some comments, and I've been able to read some of the comments, and one that really sticks in my mind is an individual compared their experience at the triage center. It was such a wonderful place. They said it was second only to Disneyland. And so I thought that's a pretty impactful statement, that that's what they're thinking as they're leaving the facility. And when they got there, they were not healthy. They weren't in a good place, but to leave and have that type of kind of reflection on their experience, I thought was pretty powerful. So I do believe that the people who are being served there appreciate the service and are happy with the service that they're receiving.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Allens?
what was the reason for the scant dissatisfaction?
So the difference between like the 93% and the 100%, where was it below? I'm not sure. I can get that data for you because they allow us to look at I don't look at the individual's response, but I look at the compilation, so I can see where they didn't get the 5 out of 5.
Well, I don't think you need to supply that, but I think it would be helpful if you knew on an individual basis why they were dissatisfied.
I will look at that, and I will make sure that the triage center is addressing any of those that aren't at 100%.
Okay.
Ms. Michael, I know out of we're looking to allocate 500,000. What's the breakup of that going to or being committed RII versus other entities for the 988 program and everything else? I was just kind of wondering what the breakup was. I don't know if I missed that in our agenda packet.
So the 500,000 is going to fund this scope of work. And this scope of work is going to support 988, a piece of it. 988 is much, much bigger. So the call center is being funded by state money. So this leaves the other two components, which is crisis triage and mobile crisis, which would be served by RI and these funds. So the 500 is really kind of narrowly focused on this, not the wider 988. It's just in support of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Allens?
It's my understanding, Jamie, that RI is not yet making a profit. Will this proposal help resolve that problem?
So not only are they not making a profit, but because they're not, that they would like to be around 90% capacity with the number of guests, so they're able to bill enough to Medicaid to break even is what they look for. So they're not breaking even right now. And in addition to this investment helping build these services, we're hoping that they will also bring more people into the triage center, so there are more guests and they will get closer to that 90% capacity. So they can see 6 people a day versus 2 or 3 people a day. So this will help, but there is no intent to ever get to profit. We're looking at breaking even.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of the impediment is the inability to handle involuntary placement. And until there is a change in the law, and again, we've had communications directly with the governor in terms of the next legislative session, that's a 60-day session and can accommodate those kind of discussions more than this past 30-day financial session. There's always going to be that struggle in terms of whether or not the crisis triage center can be most effectively utilized. And if there is a change in that allowing, and again, please remember that part of the opposition to involuntary placements is that you historically lost people, that it wasn't, it was a setting that was against their will, restriction on their freedoms. But again, this, the protection that we have is that the Crisis Triage Center is no more than a 23-hour placement, and the average placement is actually more like 7 hours for the individual. So I think that there will be less opposition to placing people there involuntarily, and I think that that in itself will expand the ability of law enforcement to be more comfortable that they can take people that are being combative or not really cooperative to the facility. But again, you know, from our perspective now with this experience is that we're not going to be, that there's strategies that Ms. Michael is pointing out to you that we believe can really help close the gap in terms of the utilization. But the most optimal environment is going to be when we're able to accept involuntary placements. And that cannot occur until probably summer of 23 at the earliest.
Well, I had assumed that an involuntary placement would help make you break even.
Absolutely.
Is the limitation going to be 14 days as opposed to whenever?
No, I mean, the initiative is basically for what we have right now. A 14-day does open up the potential for utilization, but that really requires us to go through a relicensing process that will probably take us the better part of next year. This focus is basically to hold people under 23 hours.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ellens. Any other questions? Ms. Michael, the 14-day, is that also voluntary, or would that be an involuntary commitment?
We would look to have the legislation and the regulations changed to allow the facility to choose. So allow, if Las Cruces, if the one in Donjana County wants to serve people voluntary and involuntary, then allow them to admit both types. If the one in Albuquerque wants to do just voluntary or just involuntary, let them choose. But right now the regulation says voluntary only for both. So we would like that removed to allow that no wrong door, allow anybody to walk in. And the way and Mr. Macias and Nelson may be able to explain it better, but the way the New Mexico law works around involuntary is it allows a law enforcement officer to take someone into custody and transport them to an evaluation center, and the triage center meets the definition of an evaluation center, and then a qualified professional has to perform an evaluation, and at that point, if that qualified professional decides that the person needs to be held involuntary until a judge hears the case, they have, I think, 72 hours to schedule the hearing, and the hearings happen once a week. So if we follow that same process, if we're dual licensed, somebody may stay at the triage center involuntarily for maybe 5 days, waiting for that civil commitment hearing. And we would like that to happen, so they're not kind of bouncing around to different hospitals while they're waiting for their civil commitment hearing.
So they could be retained during that time receiving treatment while they're waiting that, with going to a 14-day?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I am fully in support of the 14-day, just because I think you never know if somebody just needs that immediate stabilization or perhaps some longer treatment. My only concern, and I know a majority of this, $450,000, comes from ARPA funds, is committing such a large amount on top of the monies we've already committed for the CTC in order to get this going. I mean, like I said, I'm supportive of the 14-day, I'm supportive of every one of this. I think my only reservation is around the money allotted for this, without more detailed plans, without knowing if we're going to get the dual license, if we're all of that. I mean, this money, is the $500,000 specifically to get the license? I mean, I guess that's my question is, can we approve a lower amount until we get that funding, and then we can reevaluate the rest of the funding from that point for RI?
So Commissioner Sanchez, the $500,000 and this scope of work is almost verbatim what is in the ARPA plan. So we are purchasing the services that the money was allocated for. And the hospital and emergency department diversion, the jail reentry, and the mobile crisis, those are all standalone services that will support and increase utilization of the triage center. The crisis observation unit, it is going to take some work with the state to determine, you have to go through a whole process to ask permission and determine if they will dual license and go through that entire process. So there is some cost associated with that. Initial conversations with the state says, yes, they're willing to do this, but even if that were not to happen, the other services are still needed and still would provide valuable care for people in the community.
Thank you. And I think I would much rather see how that, like you're saying, each one of these are standalone items. I would much rather see what the costs are of each of those to understand. And like I said, I wouldn't want to, I don't want to approve $500,000 without knowing that we're going to be able to get approved. And I think, like you just said, with initial discussions seem to indicate we can. But until I know for sure that we're going to be able to, I don't want to commit that amount of funding knowing that there's still some questions. I would much rather prefer to approve line items on each of these things to say, okay, we're going to allocate so much money for this, so much money for that. That would be my preference. But I may just be the only person.
Mr. Chairman, this amount of money is absolutely necessary in order to continue the CTC operations. Absolutely, every last aspect of it, and to buy additional time in terms of increasing the numbers, the licensing, the policy changes. You're talking about waiting another 6 to 8 months before we know if those policy changes are actually going to occur. That would kind of undermine the effort that is necessary now to sustain the CTC.
Well, and I understand that. And that's why I say, like you're saying, right now, we can go in and absolutely do the hospital emergency department diversion. We can do maybe the jail reentry. We can do mobile services. The mobile services still has to be developed. But you know what I mean? Those are the types of things that we can do now But the crisis observation unit going for a dual license, we have no clue where that's going to go.
But we do know that someone needs to submit letters of intent, someone needs to develop and submit the application, someone needs to work with the pharmacy board. We know all of that needs to happen, and that's what this contract would include. So we're not going to design a contract that says we'll give you this much money for opening up the facility. We're going to say we'll give you a portion of it for submitting this. We'll give you a portion of it for the application, a portion of it for this. So at any point, if the state says no, 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 then we don't expend the rest of that money.
But how much money are we expecting to expend on that? I guess that's where I don't have that detail in front of me, and that's my concern is what are we committing for this? I don't see that. And when I have 5 items in here, I mean, do I assume it's 100,000? I don't have that, and that's my concern right now is that I would need, in order for me to say yes on this, I would need to know what each one of those are so that I know, how much we're committing to each one of these services.
So the crisis observation licensing, we would be the first to be asking for that. So I don't have a good roadmap to say, here's how much time we're expecting this to take. We do know the steps. There's a letter of intent, there's an application, but there's probably numerous meetings with the Department of Health staff. So that one,
But doesn't Bernalillo County have their 14-day center?
they have it just as its own standalone. Yes, they don't have it in the same facility. So this is going to be something new that we're asking for.
When I took a tour last August, their crisis, where they were looking for their 24-hour hold versus their 14-day unit, it was the same building.
The people that I work with that operate the 14-day, theirs is a 14-day, and they are now getting ready to build their 23-hour as a separate facility.
Okay. I mean, that's what was explained to me. They had a wing that was going to be specific to the 14-day and a wing specific to the 23-hour area. So I don't know.
I'm not sure. This is just what, we meet once a month with all of the other facilities, and that's what I've walked away with. But the contract that we design, once we get your approval, the contract will have each of these line items associated with a proposed budget and a cost.
And Mr. Chairman, may I just add, and again, please don't misinterpret what I'm saying, is that the commission committed $1.5 million this past summer in order to support the 14-day recovery center assessment, the mobile triage crisis unit, and additional behavioral health services. So here we're just coming with a little bit more detail in terms of being able to utilize some of those ARPA funds. That really is a critical point in terms of maintaining the continued integrity and level of services that currently exist at the CTC.
So the remainder of the 1.5 million, we would look at expending that next fiscal year or over the next 2 fiscal years based on, is there more diversion from hospitals, from the jail? How is the mobile crisis team working? So this is setting us up so after July 1, when we look forward with 988 in place and we look forward on how to spend the remainder of this 1.5 million, we would come back to you with other plans related to those dollars.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Michael. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, we have a motion and a second on this agenda item. So, Brandy, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
No. That item passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Okay, Brandy, is there any correspondence?
Yes, I have Jay's, excuse me. Jace Limbreto Rivas versus Donjana County. Otilio Esteban Montoya versus Donjana County, and Lorraine Montoya versus Donjana County.
Okay. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
All right, believe we'll need to convene in closed session. If I can get a motion to go into closed session,
So moved.
or I think we have to have the whole,
Mr. Chair,
thank you, Vice Chair.
I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss the purchase or acquisition of real property in La Union as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H8, and pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation which the county may become a participant related to the potential eminent domain proceeding related to property in La Union as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H7, NMSA 1978.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
A second motion by Vice Chair Murillo, second by Commissioner Ellens. Can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Ellens?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, we are going into closed session. Are we staying here or are we planning to go to the back room?
I don't think it's that long a discussion. I think we can do it here as long as we vacate the chamber.